Hello friends, how are we doing today? Hello mating. Hi guys, welcome. Happy Friday. Yeah. Finally. Yeah, how are we supposed to wait that long, right? 15 minutes? What? Curran was first. Shinvu, hi. Scooter Beach, good to see you. Everyone's in here. Hi, iShot. Yeah, flexing. It is beautiful outside today. Hi, Claire. Good to see you. Oh man, we got some other cooking streamers watching already today. Did everyone have a good week? Yeah, let's go. We have like summertime weather this weekend, and today it's supposed to be like plus 25 Celsius. What? So excited. So yeah, it's a beautiful day outside. Hopefully Sammy and I can get outside, maybe go do something later tonight. Hopefully the rain lets up so you can catch some walleye. Oh man, yeah, I've been itching to go fishing for, well, a couple months now already. It's like we were supposed to go out around March, and then this whole COVID thing happened, and then they were being like really strict about who could go out on the boats together. So we didn't want to get fined with me going with another family, because it's like a $500 fine if you're caught not going on a boat with someone from the same household. So we were like, well, just wait it out. But yeah, I mean, our freezer is getting pretty empty here with fish, and well, basically refuse to buy fish here because it's so expensive, and it just makes more sense to go out and get it yourself. So Sam and I would rather wait than have to buy it from the store. Yeah, I'm itching to fish though. What do you guys get up to this week? Oh man, this week went by so quick. It is actually really nice being back to work kind of full time. It's nice to kind of like interact with people again. Sad, like I didn't think I would miss that, but it's actually really nice chatting with everyone, and obviously fixing people's houses. That always makes them really happy. So that's where Sam is right now. He went to work early this morning. You were slaying them yesterday, but of course rain. Oh man, how many did you get yesterday? Hi B-Bubs, how are you? Good to see you. And okay, so today's stream is for our channel point redemption. If you go all the way down to the bottom for 50,000 points, you can use a meal request for something for me to make on stream for you. So this is for Hojerific, a quite long time viewer of the stream, and his heritage is Filipino. So he wanted to see how I would prepare some of his kind of childhood favorite dishes in his food bank memory. So a couple dishes today that are definitely new to me. I have never made these things before at home. So let's all learn together, and well, I'm gonna need you guys for moral support for sure. This is gonna be one of the most difficult things I have made on stream, I think. Curran, you've been wanting to fish for the longest time. You're finally going this weekend. Nice. Yeah, milkfish. You've had it? This is gonna be awesome. Yeah, it definitely looks difficult. It looks difficult, but I think that it's easier than we think. I just kind of read through the recipe. They made it sound pretty easy, like the skin like separates and stuff like that. We'll see. And yeah, definitely if you're squeamish, probably not the best stream for you like first thing when we start doing the fish stuff. So totally fine if you guys can't be there for that time, because well, we have to gut it and everything, as it's completely whole. Yes, Rook. He's gonna use his 50K channel points for microwave cup noodles. I am not opposed to that. It's like, hey Kate, let's see your best rendition of Mr. Noodles. How can we make this awesome? Well, first thing, let's not use water. So yeah, we're making some bone broth today as well. is my freezer was getting bunged up with all these chicken bones, so it was time. Took it all out. We'll get that going again. And we're gonna use the same recipe as last time from Nom Nom Paleo. It was really tasty. And everything is linked here as well. And I'm hoping Hoju pops in at some point to supervise what's happening in here. You spent too much, Shinvu. You gotta save up your points. You do. Okay, so let's check out this fish. I had it thawing in some water this morning. Should be good. It looked really nice and fresh. So let me take it out of this bag and put it onto a sheet pan for you guys. And I think that's where we'll start. And then one note on our spring rolls today is we're gonna be making the wrappers from scratch too. That's another thing that I've never done before. So B-Bubs has had this dish. Was it just like fried whole, the milkfish, B-Bubs, or was it actually stuffed like the Filipino way? Yeah, let's make some bone broth, right? I did drink the broth last week. Just trying to like see how that trend is. Apparently people just always like have a pot of bone broth going on the stove and they drink it in the morning. Really good. Made me feel like very cozy. This little fish. Actually beautiful looking. I guess I'll bring the bag over too with me. So I can show you guys. Let's do that. Boop. Okay, so there's this little guy. This costs just under $9. And I don't think we know the weight. Oh, about 800 grams worth is this whole thing, right? So we're gonna lose some weight taking out the guts, and obviously you lose some weight with like all the bones and everything like that. So just keep that in mind. But for $9, it's gonna feed two of us probably 2 meals each. Maybe 2 meals for Sam and 1 for me. So for $9, that's really not a bad price at all. And I was so excited to actually be able to find this here, as it was in the frozen section in our Asian supermarket. So it's called Fairway. And I did, like, we had to ask 2 different people that were working there. The first lady was showing us like these little schmelts. And I was like, nope, that is definitely not it. And then I just went over to the freezer section. I was like, oh, it's right there. So if you're looking for it, that's what it's called. So Bangus Relenong, I'm probably butchering that, but that is like the traditional name of this dish. So I saw this, is the first thing I saw in the freezer, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's there. And this is a product of the Philippines. So let's just say this is not the most sustainable dish today, right? But if we don't always make it, then that's fine. Also, I would be interested, Hoju, maybe trying this with like a little pink salmon instead and doing like our little Canadian version of it. Why not? Yeah, you know this fish. Smile. So yes, it is whole. We have the head. Look at the eyes though. They're so nice and clear. They're not like bulging or anything. So we know this was a very nice fresh fish. It was for sure like frozen at sea. And yeah, we got to start working, taking the guts out of there. Apparently it has a lot of little bones in it, which is why it's kind of a pain in the butt to work with. So I think we should learn a little bit about this dish before we even start prepping it today. Because like I said, this is new to me. I've never prepared this, never eaten it. So I don't really know what I'm getting myself into yet. Yeah, it's a sleeping fish. Yeah, the fish is tired. Your fiance's Lole, her grandma made it for you. She just did it as a side of fish and served everything over the top of it. Oh, wow. Yum. Yeah, one meal for a Sammy, exactly. That's so cool, B-Bubs. Yeah, do this with salmon. I don't know if it's possible, but just imagine salmon fried, like it's so fatty. Oh, man. Okay, I'm gonna wash up my hands. Oh, no. Who's raiding the fridge? Already? Mr. Gog, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Hi, White Dove. A French raid, welcome. I mean, my last name is French, but I don't speak French, sadly. She just cooked miso soup. Yum, sounds so good. Yeah, big fish, big fish. Hojerific, if you're still in chat, would you like to share a memory of this dish with us? Like one of your first memories, or like a very fond memory of eating this dish? And I would love if you could like kind of share the flavors that you remember from it, because then that can help me prepare it as well. Okay, let me see if I can find something in English that says what this is. But I think actually the recipe I posted gives, actually it does not give that good of a description. Okay. This is from a Philippine site. So, relyenong, I'm hoping I'm saying that right, Bangus, is more of a special occasion dish than an everyday family dinner for a reason. The making of this stuffed fish entails a very involved process and a tedious amount of work that is usually reserved for parties and celebrations. Well, it's Friday, we're partying, guys. Is it possible to fry salmon like most other fish? You've always been too afraid to try. Just tastes like whole milk. Rook. Yeah, you can definitely fry salmon. It's just a little bit more delicate because it is fatty, so it might fall apart pretty easily. So you just have to be really careful with it. It's the fish dish your grandma would always buy to help the neighbors make money. Aw, it tastes like milkfish. No other way to describe it. I love it. Where did I get this? So not in like a regular supermarket store. It was an Asian supermarket. We only have like one of them here. It's called Fairways. There's a couple of them in the city. And yeah, they have a really good selection of a lot of different things. And it's not only Asian, like they have really good international aisles too. Like German, British, everything. And it costs about $9 Canadian, so pretty cheap. Your best friend's mother-in-law made it for a party. He's German, and his shock was great. It was good, but he was shocked at the amount of the bones. Oh man. I got a drink. I made myself an espresso this morning. I'm fired up. So this person says, as much as it is one of my favorite ways to enjoy the milkfish, I often balk at the prospect of deboning, flaking, sauteing, stuffing, sewing, and frying, all for the sake of one meal. But with that said and done, this is certainly a unique and delicious dish worthy of the time and the effort. I believe it. It's a pretty mild, bony fish. It's pretty good stuff. Aw, thank you for sharing, Old Style. That's good that it's mild, because that means we can flavor it with whatever we want, right? the Filipino parties, it was a popular dish. I think because wanted to eat it but not to make it. Yes, right? Oh, Shin, you should save your points for a pho soup meal request. I am in. Okay, so here are the steps that we're gonna have to take to prepare this today. So the meat is going to be removed from the fish without breaking the skin, and then it's stuffed back in after it's been seasoned and cooked with, like, there's a pepper in there, there's carrots, some potato, a couple of herbs, I think. And so we stuff that back in and then we fry it whole. And I think I'm going to do a nice shallow fry, and then we'll probably finish it in the oven. I don't have a ton of frying oil. So we'll get it really nice and crispy and then finish it off in the oven so that we can still fry our spring rolls too. This is fattier than perch. Oh, yum. Means it's gonna be so good. And then actually the recipe I chose, the girl says that she hates deep frying stuff because she got burned when she was young. So she actually bakes it. And she said that's how she's gonna do it from now on. So that is the option. I thought though, deep frying it first and then finishing in the oven will still be better. You still gotta get that deep fry on it for maximum crispy skin. Okay, so yes, this is going to get graphic here, guys, pretty quickly. So bear with me. I'm just trying to show you how things are done. And this recipe does a really great job with directions and with photos. So it did help me kind of like gain some confidence making this with you guys. Turn down the music a bit. So the first thing we're gonna have to do is remove the scales by using a blunt knife, and then we will remove all of the guts through the top opening. So all they do is just split the head off a bit, and then we can take the guts out of there. It's all done with photos, which is really handy. And then after that, says remove the gills as well, and then we'll wash the fish and pat dry with paper towel. So wash in the inside as well, right? Because we want that all to be clean. It says tilt the fish head up, snapping the spine in the process. Break also the bone at the bottom near the tail. What this step is going to do, I actually learned this from, I believe, an Anthony Bourdain's show when he was somewhere where they were frying fish whole, is snapping the spine like that is going to help the fish stay flat when we cook it. Otherwise, when we cook fish whole, especially deep fried, it's going to want to curl up. So you'll have like the head and the tail up here and have like a U shape. We don't really want that. Also, it's not going to cook evenly. So that is an important step that we do not want to skip. Are we fish filleting? We are doing, yeah, a biology class dissection time is more like it, Rook. Whenever your mom made a stew with milkfish, she always said, be careful, it's milkfish, it's bony. You're 39 and she still warns you. A delicious risk. This is gonna be a love affair. I can feel it because you know what? I don't really love fish bones. But I think, yeah, like it said, that the flavor and everything, it's gonna be worth it. Yeah, maybe using our kitchen shears today. That's a good one. Okay, so once we snap the spine, then we insert a spatula in between the meat and skin through the opening to separate the meat from the skin. So move it up and down and inside. Don't worry, the skin is tougher than you think and it won't break so easily. So it says, if correctly done, the meat should come out when the bone is pulled out from the opening. So we'll be able to like pull the spine out. Madness, I tell you. Madness. I am going to tie my hair back and then we're gonna get into it. We'll start by scaling. I'll show you guys how this is done. And then like the scaling part of this can be used on any fish. So that's a really handy one to learn. Yeah, you're gonna get banned. If I get banned off Twitch right now, today, Meal Redemption's fault. All right. Might as well just use the boning knife to do the scaling. Just gonna pass it over our steel first. And because this is a dish that is so labor intensive, this would be something that is more expensive at a restaurant. Yes, the ingredients might not be expensive, but it takes a long time to make. And well, you gotta pay the chefs properly, right? Pressure wash the scales off. Rook, that's actually hilarious you say that because my mom was outside pressure washing the deck today. It's still out there, so like we could if we wanted to. Okay, so we want to use the back side of our blade. You don't have to use a really sharp knife. You can probably use a butter knife for this. So opposite side of the blade, and I'm probably gonna go over to the sink and end up doing this because the scales are gonna go everywhere. And all we want to do is just go basically backwards, and then you see how it's like flying everywhere. So it's gonna take a little bit of effort to do that, but if we don't take all the scales off, well then when we fry it up later, they're gonna be really hard all on the outside of the fish. So need to do this step as well. I'm just gonna be back here, guys. I'm gonna try and like aim this into the sink, or I might just hold the fish in here. But the scales seem like they're really big, so I don't think this is gonna take me that long. It's just flying everywhere, and I regret vacuuming yesterday. Hoju, you should have told me. What is this? Is that a donation? Just want to show you guys how it looks. Hoju, what? Thank you for the 14.23. So that's 20 Canadian. Thank you so much. Tip the chef and pay for part of the dish. You don't have to, but I appreciate that. Woohoo! Yeah, chipping in for groceries, that always helps so much, guys. Okay, check out the difference of this. Please try not to leak on this. So that's really smooth there, where I took the scales off. I gotta keep going down it. Let's go back over to the sink. Yeah, what should you have told me? I don't know. Maybe you heard me wrong. Maybe I'm just talking gibberish right now. Oh my God. There's gonna be a cleanup on every aisle after this. And today, half of the stream will be Kate cleaning up fish scales. You just got back from a bike ride. Welcome back. She's already going crazy. I seriously am. Yes, should have used the pressure washer. Set up a Dexter murder room. Oh man, yeah. I wish I had all the poly here. Yeah, they're already sticking onto the walls. Ooh wee. You can't even control where it flies though. That's the issue I'm having. Just goes wherever it wants. Almost done the one side at least. Like once you get it started, it really doesn't take too long. What I should have done was done this outside with you guys. But then it probably would have attracted a bear into the yard. All right, so let's see the difference here. So that is the side that's been descaled. And this side still has to be done. So look at the difference there. Yeah, Sammy comes home to that. Scaling fish. Oh, okay, yeah. There would be no other questions asked, right? He would understand. You just get a metal brush. I will honestly say I haven't scaled many fish. Just never had to. I honestly will probably just be getting the vacuum out after this. Just vacuum up the fish scales. Or will it make the vacuum smell too bad? The other scary part is when they hit you right in the eyeball. Okay, almost there. Just this guy's getting really slippery. There we go. This is the stuff they don't show you on Food Network. Can you guys see the scales flying or what? Just had to make more room in here. There we go. A little bit off the belly. Okay, just one little once over before I come back over there to you guys. We'll give it a rinse as well. And then our next step, well, that's even more gory than this, is just taking the insides out. But first, I've become a fish. I am one with the milkfish. Yeah, I don't. Catfish doesn't have scales, right? Okay, I think that's all of them. Scales in the hair too? Oh no. It's like all over my face, seriously. Yeah, here we go. Okay, let me rinse off this pan because we don't want any scales going back onto the fish because we just worked so hard to take them off. I'm just laughing at this view. Beautiful. It's like glitter. It is, honestly. But look how nice that looks now. That's why we take that step. It's beautiful. Oh, there's still some scales, but it's not that hard to just pick like one or two off. Okay, give me a sec, guys. Just gonna wash up my hands, get the scales off of my hair and face, and then we'll get into this. Bring the knife over there as well. Yeah, mermaid. I'm loving that you guys are loving this. That's all I can say. Okay, I'm just gonna mute my mic. Okay, I'm back.
Is it too loud?
I don't hear anything.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Okay, I just talked a little bit.
Yeah, nope, didn't even hear a thing. You're craving it. Yeah, this is not an Uber Eats dish for sure. Yeah, I'm not even gonna worry about what we just did back there. But I am gonna bring, I think, my plastic board, just because I don't want to mess up our wooden cutting board with fish. It'll just be easier to do this instead. So dry this off now, because yeah, it's really slippery and hard to handle a bit. Just be safer that way. Less risk of injury, the better. So that was our first step. I think we have, well, about 10 more to go, honestly. Filipino store on Uber Eats just has snack foods, all the chippies you can want. Nice. Okay, remove scales by using a blunt knife, then remove the guts and intestines through the top opening. Just come in here, and we are going to split the bottom part by the head. Remember, just dry that off and just keep that aside for future use. I'm sure we'll need it. Okay, so it says to make a slice basically just under like the gills here. Do they go under the fin? They do not. So yeah, we're just splitting underneath here by the gills, but we are leaving the fins there for now. So just be careful with your knife. Get that in there. It's really hard right here, so I'm just trying to feel where I should cut. I'm gonna go like that. Because it said to remove the gills as well. There we go. Just got to get through that little bone here, right? So open that up. This is going to get a little graphic, okay, guys? Definitely is now. But I'm going to keep it, or try and keep it as clean as possible for us. Yeah, very, very fresh fish, for sure. Even when it's frozen, right? That's the thing, is just because something is frozen doesn't mean it's not fresh. I mean, for me, this is frozen is the freshest that I'll be able to get this type of fish. Yeah, I'm just gonna put some towel under there. Yeah, just look away. Because now it's gonna get really bad. So yeah, I'm just gonna literally go in here. I'm going to the sink with this for sure. Or I'm gonna do it just over the compost. I'm not gonna do this on stream with you guys. So I'm just gonna go in. If you guys can see in there, literally just gonna go in with my hand and we just pull that out. It should pull out really easily. Plus, you guys don't get to see my face that I'm making right now either. Okay, so just make sure that there's nothing really left in there to come out, and that's why we rinse it. So all the bad stuff's gone, so it should just be like this whole. I'll clean it up for you guys and it'll look much nicer. So always cold water when we're rinsing off our fish. That was the worst part of the dish, for sure. And then we just want to rinse out like any bloody spots because that'll color the fish and we don't want it to color the fish meat. Almost there. Come back over. Yeah, guts cam, tier 3 only. Dry it off again. Still got to take the gills out. Those little guys. And that's easier to do with kitchen shears. So I'll show you guys how to do that. So the gills, if we look, they're just right there. That's how the fish breathe. So I'm gonna cut here and there on both sides of the head. And then if we look underneath, just gonna try and give you guys like the best angle. So under here, they kind of separate like there by the tongue, right underneath. So I'll cut down there, and then we should be able to just pull all the gills out. If we don't take them out, it can kind of give like a weird taste to the dish. I'll snip. Snip. There's the other one. You guys can get gill cam, I guess, though. You get gill cam. That's tier 1 subs. Okay, there we go. Pile of gills. Not very nice looking. I'm gonna rinse one more time, but now it's really starting to get cleaned up in there. Not as graphic. Clean that a little bit up one more time for you guys. Starting to look real nice and clean. More like the fish that you guys are used to seeing in the store. I'm just gonna use a towel from now on, because I don't want to waste any more paper towels. So dry it off one more time. Grandpa always had first dibs on the fish head. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna be frying this whole today, guys. Can I compost it? That's exactly what I did. Yep. Welcome back, Tedious Tao. Cheese, how's it going, dude? Your tablet's being a POS again. You only have sound and a black screen. Oh, my old iPad does that too sometimes with my stream. It's poop. That's usually what your board looks like when you fillet. Deep fried or pan fried? It's going to be a shallow fry. I think I have like my really big Dutch oven. It should be able to fit this in there. I might just have to cut off like some of our tail here. But I think we'll fit the whole thing in, do a shallow fry, and then we'll finish it in the oven. Came back to the stream, and here you see your culture food. Oh, are you Filipino as well? Sweet. Yeah, guys, feel free to give me any pointers today that you have. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We remove the scales, we remove the guts, and we remove the gills. We wash and pat it dry with paper towel. Next up, tilt the fish head up. We snapped the spine, so we snapped it there. And then break also the bone at the bottom near the tail. Do you think we should snap the spine in the middle as well? I feel like we should take that all out in one piece though. So, okay, that snapped. That broke. I felt it kind of just go pop. Kind of the same way that you like popped the chicken knuckles when you're butchering it. Wow, that's a little bit aggressive. We don't want the fish to suffer. No, that's not what we're doing. But I am going to trim this up. Yeah. And then to clean it up really nice, we should take all of the scales off. These are the things that they don't tell you, but for presentation, it'll just make it so much better. If you break it in the spine, it could splinter. Yeah, I think we should leave like the spine whole. That's why we snapped it at the tail, is so we can take it out. Oh, this makes more sense now. Yeah, thank you, Jen. Yeah, no suffering here, guys. Hi, Dust. How are you? Okay, so trying to leave our skin intact up here, but just trim off the fin. And this is also why I love kitchen shears so much. There we go. So that's nice and clean now. Is they're just so handy, like whether you're doing butchering chicken or fish, so many different uses. And if you can, or if you find some more scales now around the fin there, try and take those off too. Okay, these little guys underneath. Yeah, so the way that we're going to take the meat and bones out today is we actually don't cut any of the skin. It's supposed to be pretty magical. Okay, our last two fins up there. We don't really have to worry about that guy. Is this fish, yeah, on AC? Is it actually possible to catch a milkfish? Is that? That. Okay. Yeah, is it sleeping? It is. Aw, thank you, Nova. Yeah, thanks, Jen. I mean, when a vegan and or a vegetarian can appreciate butchering, that means a lot, guys. Thank you. Because yeah, I always try and show the meat justice. Because, well, it died for us, and that's special, right? Okay, so we broke the spine. Next up, insert a spatula in between the meat and the skin through the opening there at the top to start separating it. It looks like they use like an offset spatula, like this is what they use in the photo. But I think I'm also going to use this handy dandy Vitamix little spatula that comes with the blender. It has a little more give, and I like how like pointy and thin it is there. So these are gonna be our two tools for the job, and then I think I'll just grab a bowl out for when we actually start getting into the meat. Put that there. Okay. You'd say oil it. It doesn't say to oil it in the directions. So let us see here. Apparently it's supposed to be pretty easy. Oh, wow. It actually is. What? Okay, so it says, don't be too scared to like rip the skin. This might be a bit too sharp. I think this one might be better. So literally I'm just sliding it in between the meat and the skin. I'm gonna go really gentle for the first little bit because we don't want to tear this at all, right? And I think if we just kind of do that all along, should be good. And then try and keep it nice and close to the skin as well, right? Because then we can maximize how much fish we get off of the skin. Okay, now I'm gonna switch to this one. This is, well, definitely one of the weirdest things I've ever done with a fish. So thank you, Hoju, for that. Yeah, moving on further down, exactly. So now, come this way. If you do it in sections, it would be easier. Say remove. No, we can't remove any of the skin. We cannot take any of the skin off. Some of you may not understand this dish. I'd recommend taking a peek at the recipe command and seeing how the dish is prepared. Very interesting. But yeah, once we have it started, it's actually quite easy. Okay, so we got like half of that side. Let's do the belly now. Very interesting, right? So cool. You've never seen this, Casey. What's up, man? Good to have you in here with us today. I actually have a lot of other food and drink streamers. The pressure is on, guys. The skin is like a casing, I know. It's being a little bit tough around this part, though. Just take your time. I think that's the most important thing I can tell you guys, is just take your time. Okay, that's that side. I'm gonna flip it. Start back up here again. This one's better for getting it started because it's a little bit sharper. So I'm just kind of holding the skin tight as I slide the spatula in there. And the spatula I'm using for the main part, this is called an offset spatula. So go a little bit closer down to the tail. And then should be able to come up along the top there of the spine. Kind of release that scale, or the where the fin was, and then come up by the head, because we don't want it to get stuck up there when we try and take the meat out. So it's super important that we get like a good kind of outer border. It's all loosened up. Weirdest thing I've ever done with a fish. But I think it's so interesting to see how the different cuisines can prepare like the fish, right? Okay. Now come along back this way. I think I'm done with that one for now. Coming in into the belly. All right, that's all loosened. Ah, it's feeling good, guys. Come along there. It's feeling good. Okay, now what? The fish is for sure poggin. New salmon airs. The eye. Oh, it was just a piece of meat. Good one. Okay, now what the heck? Okay, insert a spatula in between the meat and the skin through the opening to separate the meat from the skin. Move it up and down and around inside the skin. Don't worry, it's tougher than you think. If done correctly, the meat should come out when the bone is pulled out from the opening. If not, just push the meat out. So this should all kind of come out in one piece. We might have to loosen it up a bit more. Just kind of cut that little bit. There is so many small bones that I'm seeing, Hojerific. And then just this under part. Okay, I'm gonna attempt it. Feels like a French technique, yes. Good luck! Thanks, guys! Don't worry about like tearing up the meat too much. Just do your best. It's really slippery too. Just want to get it like loosened up from the bottom there. Maybe that did it. It said pull on the spine bone. It's not coming out, guys. And I have nothing to hold on to now. Okay, let's go back in. Instead of like pushing it out and mushing it, I'd rather not do that. I think we just have to come back like by the fins. It's really wanting to stick there. But I will say this, my friends, is that the fish is not like stinky. It's not a smelly fish. It's very mild. Okay, well, you know what's gonna have to happen here. So we're gonna try and push all the meat out, and then I'll try and take the bone out. So this is all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and take it out in like nice chunks. Or maybe if we just get this first little bit of meat out, then we can keep this spine nice and taut, nice and tight, and maybe be able to get it out that way. But it is a little bit sharp, right? So be careful too. I might put my cut-proof glove on for that. Just don't know why it's not coming out, because it is definitely broken there at the tail. It's not smelly at all. I don't want to cut the tail off because we want to keep all of the skin intact as much as possible. Because we're going to try and, well, we will be stuffing this with the fish and some peppers and carrot and potato. That's just weird. That's bugging me. Yeah, fresh fish should have no smell. That is also true. So I'm going to assume that we also have to take all of the bones out of here. Yeah, the spine is just breaking with me trying to pull on it. So that's definitely the hardest part then, but we are getting some really nice meat out of it. And it's like a darker kind of meat. So I don't really know what the milkfish eats. But it looks like it's going to be really nice and flavorful. And yeah, like I said, we can push the meat out, but I'd rather not mash it up in there any more than we already have. So I'm trying to do this the least graphic way possible. So this was like a nice little like fat sack on the belly side here. It might have been the roe as well. I couldn't get it out when I was first cleaning it, so I'm gonna take that out now. Roll the skin back like a sock? I don't want to. Okay. Oh my God. It actually worked though. Thank you guys for not like letting me fail completely that whole time. Okay, so should we clean it up now? I think we have to like redo the recipe that we're following because it wasn't as clear as what you guys already know what to do. Why didn't we do that at the start? Because this is so much easier. Also, thanks for yelling at me sometimes. Yeah, not reaching your hands down its throat. Hey, we all have to learn together. All I'm gonna say is that, well, most girls are probably not gonna attempt this in front of a live audience. So you're welcome. Okay, that looks so good now. So what do we think? I think I'm gonna rinse this just to get off any bones. I'll clean up our board and then we gotta start picking all the bones out. So I'm gonna put this like the fish skin into the fridge so it can stay nice and cold while we finish this. You don't wanna leave the fish out. Let it warm up. We did it! Yeah, breaking the boundaries. So because this looks actually terrifying like this, let's put it back the other way. Just roll the fish like a sock, they say. PETA's calling, yeah, for sure. Okay, that's why we kept our sheet pan over here. Oh my God. The most important thing is that we did it and we didn't wreck the skin. Everything's intact still. My kitchen is full of scales, but that's okay. Yeah, it looks somewhat normal. Okay, so we have our spine here. I think we should start there. A bit more stuff to clean. But now we should get some really nice, not so bony chunks of fish. That's a fatty one for sure. Thank you very much for the follow. And then for the rest of the meat on the bones, we can just use a spoon to take it off. This is a really handy one. That's something I learned when cleaning salmon. You don't want to waste that, so just kind of tilt the bones away from you. And then you can see like all of those little sinewy pieces too. We don't want that either. But we do want all of this good meat. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Welcome in, friends. Thank you for all the new follows. Eat the fisheye now. Why? Why we gotta eat the fisheye? We gotta keep it in there for when we fry it up. Okay, so that's gone. Woohoo! Now we just want to be very careful. Any bones, just pull them out. And then if you are gonna serve this to people, because, well, if you're gonna make this, I would serve it to people so that everyone else can enjoy the process that you went through as well. It won't be as satisfying if you just make it for yourself. Just tell them to be careful. Like Hojerific's grandma, even when you're 39, just say, be careful, guys. There's lots of bones in the milkfish. So we are now taking all the bones out, and then we'll cut up our vegetables, and then we cook the veggies with the fish and season it all up, and then we put it back into the skin. So that's our next thing that we're working on. And then once the fish is like done up, I think we'll let it rest in the fridge for a bit while we work on making our lumpia, which is spring rolls. And we're doing vegetarian spring rolls. I thought since we had fish here, we would do some nice cabbage and carrot spring rolls. Yeah, can you milk a milkfish? I cannot confirm, and I do not want to put this fish through anything else today. It's done enough for us. I'm just gonna grab my fish tweezers. So those guys, that'll help me take all these little bones. A lot of small bones. Holy smokes. I wouldn't recommend like feeding this to kids that don't eat fish a lot. They might choke on the bones with how many I'm finding in here. It's pretty crazy. Like, even when I think I have them all, no, I'm still feeling more. Okay, that's good. That was like 30 just in that little bit. Have I cooked crab? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna try and go crabbing pretty soon with you guys here now that the weather is shaping up and they've started to open up the parks again. We'll try and take you guys down to the dock one day with us. We'll pack like a picnic and we'll go for a nice IRL stream. Hopefully be able to catch something. As long as it's big enough, we'll be able to take it home. And if it's a male. Okay, we're about like halfway through here. Getting a good grip on it. Yeah, definitely try a less bony fish for kids. Totally. I'm just zoned right into this. The music's good. We're chilling. Doesn't the recipe say to cook the meat first before doing the bone removal to make it easier? Does it? Does it actually? I feel like that would break up the fish a lot though. If we tried to take the bones out like after it was cooked, then we'd just really be mushing it up into a paste. I think I'd rather do it like this and cook it in these nice big chunks, and then we can flake it afterwards. You know me, Kate following a recipe to the T. Nah, we're just gonna make our best judgment. And well, if afterwards we're like, maybe that wasn't our best judgment, we'll do better next time. No, you're not backseat cooking. This is a live stream. There ain't no backseat cooking. I love when you guys like tell me stuff. Imagine if you guys didn't tell me to flip the skin inside out on the fish like a sock. Would have been there forever. There's like a good line of bones right here. Holy smokes. Hoju, if I'm successful at this today, I would love to actually like make this for you in person one day. I would make this for you. There we go. Sockfish. Yeah, the joys without context. The things that you guys put me through. Let's just say that. Salmon does have a lot less bones, just saying. Or it's easier to debone. At least we can grab like 4 or 5 at a time though of these little bones, and they come out relatively easily. It's not just one of those like one at a time things. Another whole line of bones on the back side of this. Boom. It's actually a really good amount of fish that we're getting from this once all the bones and stuff are taken out? I thought we would get less. Are we cooking the fish? Yeah, and stuffing it back in? We are. We definitely are. So close to being done this. Getting excited. The labor of love. Actually, no bones in that little bit. It's good. Good. Where's Sammy today? He's at work. Yeah, he works Fridays. I stay at home now because I'm trying to keep building the stream up. So I sacrifice just making a little bit less money to spend more time with you guys. This is like a dog, yeah, that played with a porcupine. Okay, discard all the bones and all the things that we don't want. I'm gonna put this back into here and get rid of this not so nice looking situation. Well done, friends. We made it through. Hi, Helquin. I do still have to clean up the scales though before I start cooking. I'll show you guys what my stovetop looks like. Now that they're dried up, should be pretty easy to clean up all the scales. Should be, keyword. That's a good bowl of meat, right? I would say probably 7 ounces, 7 to 8 ounces worth in there. Really not bad at all. Torino? My dude! Did I see Big Mac on there? Is that what I just saw? Thank you so much for the 1341. Ah, that's going towards buying Final Cut Pro, friends, so we can keep having YouTube videos. Yay! Cookie, thank you for the 2,500 biddies. Yeah. Not just any Big Mac. That's a double Big Mac, actually, Kate. Get the order right. I'll have a double Big Mac with fries, 10 nugs with hot mustard, and 2 apple pies, please, and thank you. Aw, so polite. Very Canadian of you, my dude. Yeah, have you been outbitted? Yeah, this, definitely not a low effort dish. Okay, so what's our next step then? Prepare the milkfish as indicated in the instructions above. Place the fish skin on a plate or small bowl. Add 1 tablespoon of soy sauce and lemon or calamansi juice and marinate until ready to use. Oh, So we're gonna marinate the fish skin with soy sauce and some sort of citrus juice is what it wants. So calamansi is like orange. Gonna give it one more rinse before I do that. That's a really interesting step. I like it. It makes sense, right? You need to flavor the fish skin as well. Especially when deep frying, I find. You always have to add a bit more flavor. Just dried that back off. There is our meatless and boneless fish. I dare you guys to ask for this at the supermarket. Hi, Vyun, how are you? Good to see you. Hi, Zero Map. It also gives the skin the color. I was gonna say the little bit of soy sauce, it looks like the skin kind of goes a darker color. Got you all nostalgic too? Oh, that makes me so happy. Can we name him Frankenstein? I think that's a very accurate naming. Yeah, it's like, what are we building this up to now? Okay, soy sauce is in the fridge. Same with our lemon. Also happy to say that there were no injuries during that process. I feel like that could have been way worse. Thanks for the clip, Tedious Tao. Yeah, this fish, when it wakes up, a whole new fish. It's like, wow, I've never felt like this before. Okay, so 1 tablespoon of soy sauce and a tablespoon of lemon. I'll just do half of the lemon juiced. I will do the lemon first. Just gonna use tongs to flip this. So this will also kind of give it a nice, more fresh, less from the sea flavor. Anytime you put lemon on it, freshens it up. Do the other side. Hey, Mamacita. Yeah, guys. The rat is back and it is not small. Just like I was cleaning the house yesterday, I was vacuuming and all of a sudden I just hear Sam, rat! I was like, what? In the house? And he's like, no, it's outside. But it was not small. Oh man. Yeah, the fish is gonna be stuffed later. No hunger. Just gonna spread that over it. To anyone new that has come into the stream, we are just making something special today. Yeah, we need cats. Well, we do have a neighborhood cat that like definitely roams all over our yard, especially at night. But I think it's too big even for the cat. If I ever want to eat milkfish again in a less gross way, I'm actually not grossed out by this. Like, you guys are probably more grossed out than me. So this was our next step. We're just gonna leave the tongs on there for future use. And now we're gonna put that back into the fridge. So for a less gross way of this, guys, Bune is offering us an option. We can butterfly the fish, so opening it up from the belly, add chopped garlic, salt, pepper, and vacuum the lot in a plastic bag with a ton of lemon juice. Let it sit one night, and the next day the fish will be ready to eat. Oh, well. Hey, Gymnasian, how are you? Yeah, guys, don't be sorry for asking questions. No question is dumb. Don't be sorry about it. I will try and answer them all as best as I can. So this is a Filipino dish. We just finished preparing the fish. So the head is left on. Everything is taken out of there, all the gills. And we have taken out all of the meat and all of the bones from the inside of this without breaking through the skin. So our next step is to cook and season up the meat, stuff it back into there, and then this gets fried later whole. So it'll get really nice and crispy. What did we just put on the skin? We did half a lemon juiced on either side and a tablespoon of soy sauce. So this is gonna marinate. And it's gonna add both flavor and color later on. I wish I bought it without scales. Suzanne likes cake. Yeah, because honestly, that's my stovetop. Like, that's reminiscent from the sink situation here. I should probably take a photo before I clean it up. Yeah, the descaling part, if you could not do that at home, that would probably be the best. I'll take a photo of how this looks here. So that's what I have to clean before we can start cooking. And that was me like trying to keep them in the sink. Yeah. I think the descaling was actually the messiest part for sure. Yeah, is that photo to scale? Love it. It must be Friday. Scale the fish inside of a Ziploc bag. Well, they were saying to make a Dexter murder room, but that's also a really good option, Trevor. Okay, place our fish meat in a pot or pan and add a little bit of water, it says. Bring to a boil and cook until the meat is done. It says drain the water, transfer to a plate, and remove the fish bones. How do we feel about boiling the meat? I feel like that is the most tasteless way to prepare the meat from the fish. Hi, Bud. How are you? Happy Friday. So to me, like, boiling fish meat doesn't make sense at all. So let me see our other steps and see if we can do a little bit of a different rendition to this. So they did that so that they could easily remove the fish bones, like Hojerific said. After that, heat oil in a pan over medium heat, and we'll saute some garlic and onion. It says until limp and aromatic. Add our carrots and potatoes and cook for 3 minutes. And then you add the fish meat back in. So that's where I think we should not boil the fish meat. Just add the fish meat raw at that point and cook it with everything else. Then it's gonna soak in all the flavor. We don't wanna boil the fish because, well, then it's just gonna soak up the water flavor. Hi, Yawn Lions. I seemed so happy to tear that fish to pieces. I mean, it wasn't the best way or nicest way to prepare something. I tried to show it justice. Yeah, murder. Boiling fish is just bad, right? If you're making a soup, sure, boil it, but otherwise deep fry, grill, fry, pan fry. There's much better ways to cook it for sure. You've had this type of bangus before, Vune? Your mom hated making it because it's so much work. Yes, I love that you guys can remember that. Yeah, smoke, barbecue, roast. The list goes on. Okay, so let's prepare our vegetables first. Our fish is good to go, so we can keep that cold until we're ready to cook it. And let me ask, this is for my Filipino peeps. So this has raisins in it, pickle relish, as well as tomato paste. Does this all sound accurate? Yeah, raisins. So the mixture going into it, we have our fish. It gets mixed with sauteed onion, garlic, carrot, bell pepper. So I got a poblano because I hate green pepper and they're so tasteless. So I got poblano pepper, potato, and then the aromatics, raisins, relish, tomato paste, and soy sauce. Hell no? Oh, phew. Thank you for that. Because to me, raisin and fish, that's a no. Okay, onion, garlic, carrot, potato, pepper. Oh, it's like I was already ready for this or something. Just gotta grab my onion from back here, and I'm gonna go a different route and go with a little shallot. So we need this, some garlic, our pepper, one little carrot, and our potato. The rest of that's gonna be for the lumpia, the spring rolls. You don't remember raisins at all? Okay, perfect. Because I didn't want the raisins in it. Raisins and fish. Interesting. All right. So I would say anytime you are preparing a stuffing for meat, we always want to cut all the vegetables and aromatics really nice and small and delicate so that they can be evenly distributed throughout the filling, right? We don't just want like big chunks of carrot and peppers. It has garlic, onion, and carrot. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna check out this recipe, Vune. That's more like yours. Ooh. And it's like grilled then? That looks nice. I bet this fish is really nice, like grilled whole over charcoal. Poblano poppers. Oh my God, Rook. The amount of cheese filling you could put into there. Insane. All right, let's crush our garlic cloves. Yes, Vune, how is your mural going? That. Rook, your rooster says hi. He's crowing outside right now. Peel our shallot. Yeah, you miss Rooster. He's going nuts right now. He always goes around like 12:45 for us. Always around lunchtime. He never misses it. Oh, nice, Vune. Hey, the fact that you had to put your little art creation on hold because you have to focus on your business. can't go wrong with that. No way. Okay, going to wash up our carrot. I'm not gonna peel it. It's organic and the skin's not really thick, so I'm just gonna rinse the dirt off of there. We don't cook rooster. No, we do not cook rooster. Our pepper looks pretty nice and clean, so I'm going to cut the top off and the bottom, and then just come in, slide right down the center, and then I like to open it up. Sometimes even just cut it in half like that, and then we can pick out the core and the seeds. This top is still usable. I usually just break it off of the stem like that, and then that's nice and clean. Peel that out. Good. Not very much rib meat, no. That's a really good poblano pepper. Flour dice with real dried flowers in them? I would never use those dice for anything, but I just want those to have them because they're so beautiful, Yoon. Yeah, I would just put those for decoration in my house because it's super cool looking. Yeah, where's the commission sheet? Exactly. Hi, Stinky. Good to see you. Okay, there's that. Let's just peel up our little potato. There's a couple eyes and stuff that we should take off of there, I think. I like the potato aspect in this because the potato will like soak up any liquid and keep it from getting too wet inside, and that's what will keep the fish nice and crispy. At least that's how I think about it. Potatoes are good, yeah. Hi, Dongs. How's it going? Okay, let's start with our garlic. We'll just use the garlic press on that. Make our lives easy. That is over there. So that's pretty much done. Next up, our shallot. Really, really nice fine dice here. Just gonna have a drink of water too. Yeah, a new spin on fish and chips. Dongs, you grilled burgers for lunch? Yeah, so you guess things are fantastic, I would say. It's like one of my favorite Friday lunches is burgers. Okay, let's do this. Boom, boom. Once your shallot kind of starts to fall apart, just kind of let it, and then I usually just come back over it. Give it a nice rough chop so we don't waste any of it. The other half. And tomorrow on stream, guys, we get to make burritos. Sammy's been having a hankering for burritos, so I told him I'd make him some pork carnitas. Okay, there's our shallot. I'm just gonna push that aside. Burritos and hot sauce. Yes, we're gonna spice up our life indeed. Uncle Stinky, you find lumpia is like potato salad. Every home has their version of it, and none are as good as your auntie's. That is so true. Okay, the shallot's actually getting me right now, trying to make me cry. The lumpia is the potato salad of like the North American gatherings. Oh, yay, Vune. Oh, I love that I inspired you. Okay, let's get into our pepper. So nice thin slices as well. Nice and delicate. Yes, carnitas. I need that in my life. Yeah, skirt steak tacos. We're getting all sorts of great ideas in here right now. Guys, what's like a spicy kind of Filipino pepper? What pepper would that be? Flatten that out as well. There we go. Thai chili? Well, that's like a Thai pepper. I just was curious if Philippines had their own variety of pepper to their cuisine that they typically used. But you're right, Rook. It's probably some type of like a bird's eye chili. You can only think of the peppers that come in a bottle of spicy vinegar, but you think it's those little Thai peppers. Okay, perfect then. That shallot made my nose run. All right, there's our pepper. So instead of a green bell pepper, I used a poblano because I feel like it has more flavor. You like poblano, but you need to test them. Sometimes they're mild and sometimes they are not. This one is definitely mild. It's not like burning my nostrils. I don't feel like the spice is there. My hands are not burning, so we lucked out this time because typically, yeah, I get spicy poblanos. Dongs. Okay, carrot, I'm just gonna cut it in half and then do 1, 2, 3 nice thin slices. Come back to this side. Thinly slice those, and then we can come back. So we're matching the size of all the vegetables that we're cutting. Even the potato, we're gonna cut really nice and small, especially because the potato will take quite a bit of time to cook, right? Potatoes take longer than fish to cook. So we for sure have to cut the potato small. We don't want it to be crunchy when the rest of the filling has already been cooked through, because then our fish will start to dry out. Hi, Taz. Happy Friday, man. You got some cheap whetstones for your sharpening needs. Now your knives are, yeah, not as bad as they were before. It does really help. And yeah, like I always say, is you don't know how dull your knife is until you sharpen it. And it's like, wow. Yay for knife skills. This dish is like all about knife skills, I would say. Move that over. We need some butchering skills. We need some veggie chopping skills. That's one thing you'd really like to improve on is your knife skills. You're not good at slicing and dicing. I would say first place that you have to start is with your knife. If you want to work on knife skills, you cannot work on them properly if your knife is dull. That's just dangerous. Yeah, mirepoix. So make sure your knife is sharp and then go from there. Knife and spatula skills. Yeah, exactly. Okay, come back into our potato. Get those thin slices. Now we can come back. I think all of this mixed in with the fish, it's gonna be really good. If you're feeling crazy, you can stack a couple of the pieces on top of each other. Yeah, maybe you should upgrade from the IKEA knives. I would suggest getting like a Victorinox or something, Jen. Something that is like very inexpensive that will last a long time. Is like, for the most part, that's the brand that's used for like the kitchen knives that everyone is allowed to share in the kitchen is Victorinox. Because they're inexpensive and the blades are like indestructible. And then usually the cooks will bring in their own knives that they like to use. But there's usually always like some sort of cheap version of knife in a restaurant kitchen. Usually for like a dishwasher or something to cut carrots or peel potatoes. Look at the Burfection channel on YouTube. All he does is knives, sharpening techniques, whetstone, and knife reviews. He also started his own line of Japanese knives. Wow. Victorinox is great, Yon Lions. You've carved open a can with a Victorinox once. Yeah, no edge damage. Totally. And that is the brand that I mostly use for like all of my butchering knives. So the boning knife I used on the fish today, that's Victorinox. Okay, I think that's all we needed for our stuffing with the fish. So we're gonna start by sauteing our garlic and onion together, and then we will add our carrots and peppers, and then the potatoes last. Yeah, don't actually open cans with knives, it's true. But if you really have to, then fine. Okay, so sauteing shallot, garlic, carrot, pepper, and then we'll add our potato with the fish. Good to go. Let's go over to the stove top. I'm just gonna use a little frying pan, I think. Oh, hee hee. Hey, Kate, you can't cook yet because there's scales all over your stovetop. So I am going to opt for a dry cloth. Otherwise, if we wet them again, they're gonna try and stick to everything. Let's go dry cloth and just kind of, let's dust them off. Feels like crumpled paper. Okay, medium heat or medium high heat, somewhere around there. What they don't tell you is that you'll have to descale your entire house afterwards. That's the things that they don't say. Or, like Trevor's tip, where were you at the beginning of the stream? Put the fish in a Ziploc bag. I'm totally doing that next time. Even though this milkfish would have been a little bit too large even for a Ziploc. Guess I needed a bigger bag. All right, not so bad. Just have a little vacuum after stream. I think it could have been worse. Okay, let's add a little bit of oil into here. I'm gonna do olive oil because I like sauteing veggies with olive oil instead of grapeseed oil. Just keep in mind we can't get the oil too hot. That's all. Will help with binding as well. What the heck's going on here? Are we back? Are we here, guys? Okay. Yeah, my computer was making like RIP Windows sounds. It was OBS. It said OBS disconnected. And then like a second later, OBS reconnected. Weird. Okay, getting that egg out. We can whip that up. We're back though, Dust. Okay, I'm coming in with my shallots. We're back. Okay, thanks guys. Okay, so stir that around. Get it nice and coated with the oil, and then we'll add the garlic to this in a minute or two. So we just want to cook this until it's starting to turn golden brown. Most of you know the drill by now. Yeah, sizzle, sizzle. So good. Soy sauce is here. Tomato paste is here. And then the egg. Stir up our shallots. So while we're waiting, just whip up that egg. That way it'll mix in to the filling a lot easier. I can't believe that fish took us like 2 hours already. Insane. But once again, this is a dish with a lot of prep and quite a quick cooking time. Yeah, I know, Trevor. It's like looking at the clock. Wow. All right, shallots are just starting to turn golden brown. I'm gonna mince the garlic into this first. Give that a stir. Nice. Anytime we brown something, we're adding extra flavor to it. Especially with veggies. And I mean, well, I guess meat as well, right? We all love seared meat. Okay, now I'm gathering up my peppers and carrots. The way this looks on camera is really satisfying. That's good. It's satisfying for me in person, so you guys can be satisfied with it on camera. I'm doing something right. Yeah, prep the fish on the weekend and cook it during the week. Totally. Because yeah, it's a quick fry up, right? So if you have it done already, well, you're laughing. How's the garden going, my dude? It's actually going pretty great. Pretty fab. I've been having a little bit of issues with like my squashes and cucumbers this year. I don't know, for some reason they're just not really growing too much yet. And I've gotten a good handle on the slugs in the garden and the radishes and like all the lettuce. Everything's popping. Tomatoes are happy, beans are up, peas are up. It's getting pretty jungly out there. Okay. So stir our garlic and shallot into our carrots and peppers. And then I'm gonna add some salt to this now. I also just turned down my pan a bit, down to a medium heat. Yeah, let's definitely add some salt now so we can season our vegetables as they cook. About half a teaspoon or so. Yours are acting up? Your beans all died because you're an idiot because you put them out? Yeah, right before the last frost. No! But you've got backups ready to go. Well, then you're good. I think we're past the frost point here. Well, it's supposed to be 25 degrees tomorrow. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any more frosts this season. So for our vegetables going into the filling for this dish is we just want them cooked through. We don't need to cook them till they're mushy because they will also be cooked a second time inside of the fish. Nova Scotia is really finicky for gardening. It's been 13 degrees. Ooh. Yeah, I'm happy I moved out here. I don't miss Edmonton for gardening either. We basically get 2 growing seasons here. I'm coming in with the potatoes now. Bonkman, yeah, lumpia. And I'm making homemade wrappers today. I'm hoping that we can get to the lumpia. I feel like we got a pretty good handle on the fish now. That the lumpia will be effortless. Mix in the potato. Let that cook for about a minute. And I think I'll add a little bit more salt. Actually, I'll wait until we add the soy sauce. Going to grab the fish out of the fridge. You grew up on the Alberta rule of gardening. Expect snow or frost until May long, right? Yeah, it's like you never plant the garden until after May long weekend because it always snowed. I am going to add the tomato paste now. Calls for a tablespoon worth. So that we can cook it with the veggies a bit before adding the fish in. Tomato paste adds this like really nice depth of flavor, especially to fillings and sauces. We just have to be sure that we cook it long enough. Otherwise, you'll get this kind of bitter, sour, uncooked tomato flavor. That's what we don't want. So you have to make sure we also caramelize the tomato paste a bit. And then you'll see how it kind of absorbs into all the vegetables. I think that's key. That's looking so good. Your aunt picked up the recipe for lumpia way back when your uncle was stationed in the Philippines. Labor-intensive dish, but the best of the egg roll type Asian foods. Yeah, I think so too. All right, here is our milkfish. That is, I hope, all deboned. I'm gonna add that in. So we're gonna cook it with the veggies instead of boiling it. I thought we would get more flavor this way. And this will definitely take a good couple minutes to cook that fish through now. So great time to add our soy sauce so that we can season the fish as well. I'm gonna go with a tablespoon to start, but we'll probably need 2. Maybe 1.5. Hoju, how are you feeling about the relish being added to this dish? Pickle relish? I don't know how I feel about that one. There we go. Our fish is turning white. Nothing is sticking to the pan. Just gonna turn it up a touch now. And now all we have to do is add our egg and flour at the end to bring it all together. And then we can put it back into the fish skin. We'll mix in the egg and the flour together at the cutting board. Be better. You don't know about it either? Okay. I'm not gonna put the relish. I'm gonna opt for no pickles in this. The same way that we are not putting raisins. Because that just must be like their family's variation, right? And obviously if we see any bones as we're cooking the fish, just take them out. Yes. No bones. Yeah, that's all I'm doing at this moment is just looking for any bones that we may have missed. There's probably still gonna be quite a few. And we're just cooking this mixture until the fish has been cooked through. Which we probably need 1 more minute in here. And then I'm gonna deglaze with just a touch of white wine, because there's way too much flavorful goodness on the bottom of this pan. The fond, yeah, we gotta deglaze the fond. That's money. Whew, so many bones. Okay, we're good. Yeah, Sammy cannot inhale this. For sure. I don't think he'll even be here when we plate up. Eh? We might luck out, depending on how long this takes us. But yeah, I will warn him, please do not. Okay, let's get that white wine in there while it's still sizzling. Cooking girl, how's it going? Just like a couple tablespoons worth. And then as that kind of cools down, all that stuff should lift off. And then we keep all of that flavor in here together. Remember, still picking those bones. I wonder who first came up with this dish. Like, it had to be made for like the higher up classes. Actually looks so delicious. I'm gonna let it cool off before we add the egg, but we can sprinkle the flour over top. Packing up, going to the mountains to morel hunt. Oh, actually, hold on a sec. Look what we got in the fridge. Zach found his first ones yesterday. I think they're legit. It looks good, Hoju. It actually smells really nice. Da, na, na, na. I think it's right. We didn't get any last season, but he messaged us yesterday when we were at work, and he's like, "Are these the right ones?" And I'm like, "Yes, my dude. Those are burn morels." So super pumped. Those are on his property, so he didn't get any last year. He found a handful this year, so maybe we'll get more next year. If the stem goes straight into the cap. And then the other way to find out is cutting it in half, right? So that's what we usually do. Is he is not as brave as us. Is he will just pick the mushrooms for us, and then he lets us make the judgment call because we know more about food than him. And he just brings us the specimens for us to like check out. And then the other thing that he does on his property for the mushrooms is he always takes a photo where he picks the mushroom from, because if you probably have this on Android too, but if you have an iPhone, you can go back and look from where that photo was taken. So he kind of has mapped out his property where all the different mushrooms grow. Some people mix up false morels. Yeah, cut them in half, process it quick, or else the worms will hatch. Yeah, that's the only thing I totally dislike about foraged mushrooms, is the worms kind of throw me off sometimes. Okay, so I'm adding like a teaspoon of flour sprinkled over this, so mix that in. We don't want it lumpy at all. No floury lumps. Yeah, awesomeness to come back to. It tweaks you out too, yeah. I mean, processing many pounds in a restaurant, yeah, it got to me, I would say. Okay, I'm gonna mix this in. So it really helps if we whip up our egg all together first. I'm gonna pour this over and then be quick as we mix this in, because this mixture is still warm. So we're not trying to cook the egg. We're not trying to make scrambled eggs. We're trying to use it as a binder with the flour. So the egg should not scramble in this mixture. Perfect. And then also I am going to say we need to let this cool off before we stuff it back into the fish. We can't put a hot mixture into a cold fish. That's a no-no. A girlfriend froze her mushrooms and then defrosted and they hatched. Typically, if you freeze the mushrooms, they should die. Also, hello Nike, how are you today? Okay, so just switching things up for a couple minutes while this cools off. Smells really yummy in here too. Put our flour away. Yeah, you're wondering if she went nutty. What we got going on, oh man, Nike, it has been an afternoon indeed. We are making this crazy Filipino fish dish for Hojerific's channel point redemption. So check out that first recipe link there. You debone and take out the meat from the fish without cutting like into the skin. So you have the whole skin, it's empty with the head on. So we took all the meat out, took all the bones out of the meat, mixed it up just now with some sauteed shallot, garlic, carrot, pepper, and potato, a little bit of tomato paste and soy sauce. Cook the fish back into there and you stuff it back into the fish. Deep fry it whole. Yeah, it looks amazingly tasty. I think it's gonna be so good. So labor of love, but we've definitely got our hang on it now. It says, fill the marinated skin with the mixture, place the stuffed milkfish on a baking sheet lined with aluminum foil. So, okay, so she doesn't deep fry. This is your option if you want to bake it, if you're scared of deep frying at home. So rub the skin with oil, that'll help it crisp up. Bake at 180 Celsius. What is that? Probably 400. Hey Siri, what's 180 Celsius to Fahrenheit?
Just a sec. 180 degrees Celsius.
350. So 350. I would go higher to keep it more crispy. Probably do 375. It says 10 to 15 minutes on each side until the skin turns crisp and golden brown. It says you may also fry the fish instead of baking it. Oh yes, that clip from earlier, oh man, Nike's gonna die. That was something else. Okay, so the rest of our steps for the milkfish are very simple. Let's check our lumpia. So the first thing we have to do is make the wrappers for it. Maybe that's the last thing we do. Maybe we make the filling first. Super simple recipe for making spring roll wrappers. I think we only need like 3 ingredients. So it's flour, cornstarch, water, and salt. That is it. And then you make a batter and they basically get cooked like crepes. While our fish mixture is cooling off, start processing our cabbage for the spring rolls and the carrots. So usually veggie spring rolls have, like, your base is always cabbage. I like to add carrot into it. If you want to add like onion and garlic, go for it. I think I'm gonna do garlic ginger. Lumpia. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bonkman. Lumpia. I'm gonna try and say it right the rest of the stream. That's how the Predator would have done it. Pretty much, yeah. You got that right. Okay, so I have some cabbage pieces that were just hanging around in the fridge. Gonna trim them up before we start cutting them. Just shaving off any parts that are a little bit oxidized. And now my next step would be to take out this core from the cabbage. I think I'm gonna put it that side down and then just cut at an angle. Should be able to tear it out like that. There's a bit of core still in there that we can trim up. Okay, and now we're just going to thinly slice up our cabbage because we're gonna cook this filling as well before it goes into the wrapper. You guys should make whatever reference you want in this channel. This is also my first time making spring rolls at home. This is all new. Although I have eaten my fair share of spring rolls, so at least I know how this should taste.
Oh, yeah.
Josie! That went really fast, yeah. Thank you so much for the 5 months in a row. How are you today? Take off that little leaf. Actually, I think that's all I'm gonna do. Remove some of these leaves and chop them up. I'm not gonna make a ton of lumpia, and I also noticed that the recipe for the spring roll wrappers, you can also use them to make samosas. It's like I'm in. So this is a Savoy cabbage, and the cores on the leaves can be a bit tough. So sometimes I just cut those out, depending on what we're doing. And yeah, once again, that'll go to Doggo. She loves to crunch on those. And then I usually just slice that in half. Only have your cabbage like as long as your spring roll is gonna be, right? Yes, I am well. Josie, I was gonna ask you, did you get my Discord message? I saw that you were asking for the ingredients for tomorrow's stream for the burritos. I did send you a PM in Discord. Yeah, where's Poshers at? She's upstairs. I think she's having like a little lunchtime nap. Oh, perfect. Are you making the burritos tomorrow, Josie? Sort of cooking with Kate? Okay, so I'm just gonna keep those all stacked like this, and then we're gonna come back, slice that. That's a good amount of cabbage. It'll cook down too. If there isn't a barbecue going on, oh. It's your partner's day off of work. Oh, does he like to barbecue on his days off? All right, carrot time again. We're gonna grate the carrots for this or use a mandolin, whatever you guys want to do, but I'm not gonna cut the carrot up. I think it should be grated so we have the nice long strands. You guys have a little egg. Sweet. Like an actual big green egg. Wash up these carrots so that we don't have to peel them. I'm also gonna give that fish mixture a stir again. Help it cool off. Oh, the meal redemption. Is it? Did she do one? Did I miss it? We talked about it, so I knew it was incoming. But yeah, so my mom used her meal request redemption with her channel points. I'm gonna make her lemon meringue bars on Sunday for Mother's Day. Willamini, yeah, always cooking delicious things. You love lemon meringue. I don't know if we've ever done a lemon meringue on stream before. Oh, I was fighting the fish. Yeah, there was all sorts of stuff happening at that time. The good thing is though, is if I miss it popping up in chat, is it does notify me in Twitch afterwards. Whew, we won't forget. Okay, let's grate our carrot. I added the lumpia to this menu today just because we were gonna have frying oil out anyways. So I thought, well, we might as well make some spring rolls. Make use of that fryer if you're gonna get it going. You see online lots of people getting into fermentation of food. You've never tried it. I mean, one of the most simple things that we eat that's fermented is usually like pickles or sauerkraut. That's like the basics. Or how about this one? Vinegar. That's fermented. Hot sauces. You eat a lot of different fermented foods without even knowing it. You're brewing nettles for beer. Nice. Soy sauce is fermented, miso, kimchi. Like a lot of Asian foods and condiments are fermented. Yeah, lemon meringue is good. It takes a little bit of practice to get your meringue right. There we go. Shredded carrot complete. Little doggo snack there. Pickled onion, yeah. So pickles and jams though are like more of a preserve than a ferment because they use vinegar. So anytime you use vinegar, that actually cancels out the fermentation because it's a preserving agent. Like all fermented things are like pretty much alive, right? But the vinegar, once you add the vinegar to that, it'll kill off the ferment and stop the process. I can make some natto. I don't know what that is, if I'm being honest. Natto. The carrot should be shredded for this? Yes. Phew. I'm honestly just kind of rolling with how I think this should be done. Obviously, there's all sorts of recipes online, but for these things that I've eaten my fair share of, I like to challenge myself and kind of figure it out on my own. Yeah, fermented soybean, Japanese delicacy. Okay, 1 garlic. Four cloves of garlic. Let's do pretty good amount of ginger for this. Slice like that. I'm gonna be so sad once we're done this piece of ginger because it's so fresh. It's sticky, gooey, and funky. Oh, it's like a liquid. Smash our garlic clove. And we'll use the garlic press again for this. It'll just be easier and quicker. The shape of a heart, yeah. Clean that off. R.I.P. garlic. There's no wrong way to fill a lumpia. Oh, okay. That makes me feel even better. Natto legit looks like something Shrek would eat. What? Is that, so the natto is the fermented soybean? Imagine edamame and sticky snot. Delicious. Okay, let's peel up our ginger. Just use the back of my paring knife. I didn't want to waste that chunk. The chunk. Okay, garlic's going with the garlic press. I am going to fine chop our ginger going into here rather than like grating it. Cash Money, welcome in. How's the day going? You're getting Oots chips there now and you're trying the crab ones. Not bad. Nice. Okay, so thin slices of our ginger. Do that little chunk too. Now I'll turn it that way and then come back and do nice thin slices again. And then we can always come back and go over it one more time if you feel like you didn't get quite an even chop on it. Yeah, pickled foods are different from fermented foods. Yep, that's exactly it, Shinvu. So lumpia is the Filipino name for spring rolls. So same. Okay. So our soy sauce is over there still. For this, and actually I'm just gonna check on our fish filling back here. Real quick. That is really flavorful. It's still a bit warm, so I'm still gonna wait just a touch longer before we fill it back into the fish. Gonna get this other pan on. So any specific dip or sauce with this? Like a sweet and sour sauce, or probably like a sweet kind of chili sauce. They also give you the option to add shrimp, pork, beef, chicken, turkey, any kind of meat to this mixture too. But typically you do buff it out with like quite a bit of cabbage. sweet chili or straight up soy sauce. Perfect. I have a big old bottle of sweet chili. Sweet chili and chutney. Ooh. Yeah, I think eventually at some point is we will do some pork ones together. We'll grind up the pork and everything. I do love those ones. So once again, bottom of our pan, let's just cover it with some olive oil. Enough so that our veggies won't stick. And we're gonna start by sauteing up the ginger and garlic first, then we'll add the carrot and then the cabbage, and we'll season it up. Get this garlic press out. And then once again, we're gonna let our lumpia filling cool off while I make the wrappers. And so far we have not created a lot of dishes, even though we've been doing a lot of prep. Not a ton of dishes being used. Vietnamese ones are good too and take about 1/10 of the effort, it seems. Cannot go wrong with that. I am okay with this. Coming over with the garlic here. I think we're almost good to go. Start pressing that in. We want our pan on a medium heat for this just because garlic and ginger cooks pretty quickly. So we don't want it to burn. The garlic usually starts to turn golden brown as soon as we put it into the pan, as you guys can see. So it's a really, really quick cook. Give that a stir right away. Also, it'll help it not stick to the bottom of the pan. Just gonna take that off of there for a sec while I grab our ginger. Because honestly, as soon as you walk away from that, it can burn. Couple of seconds is all it takes. Stir that up as well. So ginger and garlic in here now. Back on the heat. Yum. What a smell. The garlic got all like fried and crispy. Feels amazing. No freezes? Okay. Okay, I'm grabbing our carrots. Stir, stir, stir. So that'll help the ginger and garlic stop cooking. Something about ginger and carrots, hey? Such a good combo. Oh, I love fresh spring rolls. We made those, what, 2 weeks ago, and we did braised duck leg in them. Was so, so good. Yeah, summer rolls. Yum. Yeah, we're deep frying today. Or like a shallow fry at least. I don't have a ton of oil to use. So cooking our vegetables for the filling for the spring rolls is going to help them stay really nice and crispy, as we are taking some of the liquid out of the vegetables. Imagine if we left that in, put the vegetables in raw and then deep fried, is they would start to release their juices as they cooked in the fryer, and the spring rolls would like almost get soggy from the inside out. So really important that we cook our filling here. Yeah, pan fried. Oh, banana lumpia. We got bananas. We're gonna have some extra wrappers. Okay, cabbage time. It's been forever, Greek. Are you having a good day, Greek? Yeah, you're a little bit late to the party. No fret though. You didn't miss everything. Okay, trying to stir this cabbage in. I'm gonna turn our pan down to low now. And gonna add a little bit of soy sauce. I like black pepper. Got some sticking action over here. Now we're just gonna let the cabbage steam out for a minute or two. We'll give this a taste. And if we're happy, then we can get into making the wrappers. Or probably stuffing our fish first, actually. And that way it can just be in the fridge and ready to go for when we fry. Nice sweet flavor from the carrots. Hi, Mr. Jingles. Would we use wasabi for this meal? I'm gonna say no, because wasabi is more Japanese and we're making Philippine food today. Oh, Claire made it? Claire made the turon. I'm hoping I'm saying that one right. Banana spring rolls. Oh, also something that I really want to add to this is either scallion or chive. So I'm gonna go snip some chive. And we'll slice that up nice and thin and mix it into our filling. Just missing like a little bit of an oniony flavor. We'll let that keep going. I will be right back, friends. It's so nice out. Okay, I do garlic chives and regular chives. We should be at the beach right now, friends. Almost there. Maybe one more minute just to soften up a couple of little bigger pieces of cabbage. Come over here, do up our little bit of garnish. So we got garlic chives and regular chives. You're not familiar with the dishes, you have to learn more about the flavor profiles. Yeah, these are all new for me as well today. I've eaten my fair share of spring rolls, but I've not made very many. And then, yeah, the fish dish, completely new. So we're all learning together today. Go, go, go. Ah, thanks, Hoju. Gonna check that out. Hope your chives grow this year, Torino. Last couple of years you haven't had any luck. Oh, really? They usually grow like weeds. Oh, yum. Yum. Okay, back over. I'm bringing the chives with me. And then we'll turn this off and let it cool down. Then we'll make our batter for the wrappers. Stuff our fish. And we're laughing. Ha ha ha. You don't even get them to sprout and you've tried so many ways. Dang. That's a Sammy man. The Sammy's home. Okay, stir this in. Hi.
Hello?
Welcome home. How was your day? That's good. Okay, try this. We need a bit more soy sauce. And I think that's it. We got the garlic, we got the ginger, we got the sweetness from the carrots. And the cabbage just soaked up the rest of the flavor. So that, let's just take it off of the heat now. We'll come back over here. Yeah, Sammy's home. Yeah, Claire with her food styling, so good. You've been growing chives for 20 years. Last couple of years were just weird. That is weird. Okay, our cooled off milkfish filling mixture. Once again. Oh, bones? Yeah, we're still picking them out. But just pick them out if you see them. Don't try and like keep fishing around for them. Okay, so that's cooled off. Actually, I'm gonna try one more piece. The fish is beautiful. It's really nice and delicate. It's not dried out. I think I'm happy with this seasoning. I'm just trying to decide whether I want to put more salt, but I know that we marinated the skin with a little bit of soy sauce. And with all fried foods, I like to salt after it comes out of the oil anyways. So we're gonna hold off with adding any more seasoning to this. Odd style, you're back. Had to go to work, so you should work maybe, yeah, but not right now. You're not the only one who does that in this stream. Lots of people lurk from work. Let's get out our fish. There she is, friends. There she is. Just back that up a touch. So we have our deboned and demeated fish. Keep my tongs over there. So one of the directions was to marinate the skin with lemon juice and soy sauce. So that's what we did. And now all we have to do is open this up and put our filling back into here without obviously tearing the skin. My lumpia mixture reminds me of the vegetarian no wrapper version of lumpia. Lumpia hubed? It was weird but good sauce. Huh. Oh, I'm getting a glove. Yeah, don't worry, I'm getting a glove. I think it might be a bit too big for me, but I'm still gonna wear the glove. I was also just gonna kind of use the spoon to help us stuff it back into there. Oh, wear the fish as a glove? No! We've already done enough crazy stuff to this poor fish. Fish glove, fish glove. Just like use my hand as like a puppet for the mouth. Don't put these ideas in my head. See what you made me do? See what you're putting in there? So I think this spoon is like the perfect size. So literally just going to do this. Put your spoon in there and we'll probably use gravity. Obviously anything that falls out, totally fine. But we want to get it so that we don't really have any air pockets, right? Yeah, she's spooning the fish. Honestly, I've had way worse things said to me on here. I think this is working out very nicely. Just kind of squeeze the filling mixture down into there. We want it nice and plump, right? It's like a little surprise inside as you're just expecting this whole fried fish, but then you get this like filling of everything so rich and tasty. It's like, oh, what's this? You can't believe this thing gets fried also. Yes. I'm just so excited that like I learned a really cool Vietnamese dish today that I probably would never have even heard of if it wasn't for Hojerific. And as a chef, it's like, it's pretty exciting when someone can open up your mind to something new with cooking. What if we put the extra filling into the lumpia wrappers and fried it? I know. That's what's happening in my head right now. You always get a kick because it's a well-known bony fish, but like that, it's boneless. Yeah, I know. Get in there. It's looking like a fish again, at least. I'm still picking out any bones that I can visibly see as I'm putting the filling in. You want to look inside. It's nothing good. It's seriously, it's just the filling with the skin. And then, yeah, like the fish head is just empty. There's nothing gross to look at anymore. Oh. I think it is really handy though, using gravity to try and like fill this as much as possible without obviously bursting through the skin. That's looking so good. This just gets flash fried, yeah, without any breading. It's really that simple, Rook. You're imagining this, but in a time lapse like YouTube. This actually would have been such a great video to make. I'm sure it might have went viral. Who knows? I didn't actually YouTube how to do this dish. I just went by the directions of the recipe. Okay, so we're getting near the end here. I think that's basically all I can stuff in. Maybe a touch more. And then I believe we use something to keep the head on. I don't know how we're gonna sew it because I don't think I have a needle. Okay, that is filled up to the brim. And look, I'm just gonna stuff that into one of the lumpia. Just duct tape it on, yeah, very Canadian. When in doubt. Thanks, Vune. Yeah, it is starting to come together. The first processes was very interesting. Oh, there's a little bit up top there that I think I can fill, but I don't know. I might try and just get it to look like that. Nah, we'll fill it. Can do like one more little scoop up there. Otherwise it might look a bit funny. But pretty perfect recipe as far as ingredients needed for the filling. To not have very much of it left over. Really good. Oh, I guess we can put the rest just into the fish head, right? Stuff it in there. And then that was honestly all of it. There's nothing left in the pan now. Yeah. It's coming together. Okay, I'm gonna take this glove off because it's just annoying me. Poor fish. Stuffed sushi. Yeah, the Filipino version of haggis. How come I kept the eye and the head on? Because that's how it's traditionally done. Fry it whole. Even the head is not safe here. You bastardized butter tarts today to make vanilla pudding peach butter tarts? What? What is this madness? I need more info on this. How will it stay on? I'm just about to look into that. So she doesn't say anything about like tying it on. Fill the marinade skin with the mixture. Place the stuffed milkfish on a baking sheet lined with aluminum foil. Brush both sides with oil. Blah, blah, blah. I think I have an idea. I'm going to make a couple of small slits. In the skin. And one, I think right here under the head. Even if I can just get this part sewed on, I think that's more than enough. So I'm gonna make one slit through here so I can pass the butcher's twine through. Remember, be careful with this, don't cut yourself. And I'm gonna do one up here to pass the twine through, really small, it doesn't have to be massive. One underneath, so I'll have like 3 spots to attach the head. And if you can find like a butcher's needle, then that would be the best thing to use here. I'm just trying to get through some of this connective tissue. There we go. So we got our center one, and then just be really gentle. Turn it over. We don't want the filling to come out. I'll do one more slit right there. So now get a good amount of our twine. Always use more than you think you'll need. Use a cocktail stick. I don't even have that. Yeah, I don't even have that. So this is what I'm gonna do, friends. So it should be really easy how we did our slits with the knife. So I'm gonna pass it through the bottom part there underneath the head. Pass this piece through here. And then I think now is the time that we should really try and stuff. Is there anything left in here? I guess we did get all we could into there. And then try and tie that tight. I'm gonna try to get that to cover over it. And then I'm gonna make a knot. I'm honestly just rolling with the punches right now. If you guys have any other better ideas, let me know. And now this one. Yeah, I have no sewing needles. Like I don't have any needles. So that's why we're doing it this way. There we go. Remember, if you see any of the filling coming out, just push it back in. Totally fine. Okay, now meet that up with your center one again. Boom. Obviously keep it straight. Double tie. And now flip that over. Our one last side. Yeah, we spoke about this earlier, Hoju. Do I think I could do this with a salmon? For sure. I think a little pink salmon they're just a little bit bigger than this milkfish. I think that would be super good. Especially because salmon is really nice and fatty as well. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this one around and then try and come back in underneath this part of the head. Just to keep it nice and tight. No! We tore it! Okay, I'm gonna make one higher up. The fish head, blarg. Oh, I was so sad. I thought we had it. Okay, so this is like the most delicate thing ever. If the head falls off, it falls off. Probably is going to happen. I thought that under part was a little bit stronger. Okay, so I'm gonna dry all this off now. Just gonna come back with the cloth I was using earlier with this. Because anything that we kind of leave on the outside, well, we have more of a risk of it like going really dark when we go to fry this. So we want it nice and clean on the exterior here. And then I was also gonna say, you guys are worried about the head falling off. Once it starts to cook, it'll start to have more structure and there'll be less risk of the head falling off. It'll kind of harden up. So we just have to be really gentle with the initial part of putting it into the oil. That cloth is destroyed. Okay, guys. Yeah, can you please stop using so much caps lock? That's really difficult for me to read, and it's a touch annoying as well. Yeah, I was gonna say, is your caps lock broken? I can read stuff in chat without you. I feel like you're yelling at me. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we're going into the fridge for now. Okay. Our next step. Never even fried a whole fish before, let alone stuffed it. This is all new to me. Yeah, I've never fried a whole fish. You're waiting to see how it go, but easier ways through the mouth. We can't attach it to the tail, as we need our fish to be nice and flat. Yeah, I know there's lots of options, but we can't do that one, sad to say. Okay, this spring roll wrapper. Let's make, so this is a cool recipe because we can change the number of wrappers that we want to make. So I think I only want to make like 10. But here's the thing, is that they had it all scaled out in cups. So it actually doesn't scale at all. So we're gonna make 26 lumpia wrappers. We need a cup of all-purpose flour, 3 tablespoons of cornstarch, 1 1/4 cups of water to make the batter, and then 1/4 teaspoon of salt. In a bowl, mix up all of our dry ingredients, and then we whisk in the water to that. And we should have a slightly thin consistency of a batter without any lumps. It should be a flowing consistency, and then depending on your consistency, you can add either more or less water, more or less flour to get it just right. And then all we do is cook these in a cast iron pan. Very simple. Let's get a bowl out. It reminds me of crepes. Just a really, really thin crepe. And I actually thought that these were made with like a rice flour, but they're not. So 1 cup. Titan, welcome in. Yeah, anyone miss you? Yes. Hi, Andy. Who else we got? Oh my God, there was a bug stuck under your caps key. Okay. That looks to be 3 tablespoons of cornstarch. Professional eyeballer of ingredients right here. Now our water and then our salt. Do the salt first since it's here. So a 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Always good to season your batters up. Grab a whisk. Our liquid measuring cup. And then I'm just gonna go like a lukewarm water, not hot, not cold. And then I would say it is wise for us to just pour a little bit of water at a time for this. Does anyone know about iPhones? I mean, me, not really. Sam does, though. Yeah, exactly, Tao. Okay, I'm gonna do 1 cup to start. That looks thick. Let's add the rest of this a little bit at a time. Tiled Kitchen, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. There we go. Whip it.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, big time big boy. Thank you so much for the 4 months with your Twitch Prime sub. Food is good, but what about the gabagoo? I think we need just a touch more water. So let's add a little bit more. Just looks a bit thick. That's looking better. I think that's perfect. That was just under like 1 1/4 cups. Do I have to register an Apple account to download apps? Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, Gabagool is superior food. I'm pretty sure you need an Apple account to get apps. Quite positive. So it doesn't say to rest the batter or anything once we have it mixed up. I think we can just get right into making them. Get this dirty pan gone. Made a bit of a mess on the stovetop already. But it's worth it. So our filling's here cooling off. Just a little bit of grease there, hey? I'm gonna use my big cast iron pan. And I don't believe we need any oil to cook these. I'm gonna turn that on to medium heat. Get that heating up. So now on a low flame, heat a nonstick pan. So medium heat. The pan should become just slightly hot, but not too hot. Make sure it's seasoned with a paper tissue or small piece of towel. Okay, we need to grease the pan. If you have a non-stick, you don't have to do that. I'm just gonna do a bit of pan spray. And usually once you grease it the first time, the ones after that don't stick. And it says if you feel the wrappers start to stick, you can always add more oil. Okay, we're gonna let that heat up. I'm just gonna go take a quick break, about a minute or so, and I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Does it feel like you're ordering me around? No. Because I can still decide whether I want to take your recommendation or not. That's why I say feel free, guys. Post in chat. Why not? Whether I use your recommendation, that's up to me, right? But the more the merrier. Oh, Dark Elvin, my Ivan, welcome in. I hope you are healthy and happy. Thank you for the 25 months, man. Guys, that's our #1 longest subscriber on the stream, just so we all know. Thank you, Elvin. I mean, other than Sammy. Thank you, man. I hope you are doing well. Okay, so we are going to be spooning a couple tablespoons of batter into our pan, spreading it out. I usually use a ladle. And it says, do remember that the pancakes have to be thin. If they become thick, they will break when rolling and sealing. So we need our batter thin enough that we'll be able to roll it really easily. Yeah, Ivan is the other than Sammy. Are you doing good, dude? Yeah, you recovered? That's good. Thank you, Sammy, for the 23 biddies. Okay, I think we're hot over here. So nice low heat. This is the consistency of the batter that I'm starting with. And then I'll just put a plate beside me. I can take this guy out. Put a plate here to put our wrappers on, and then typically we'll have to cover it with a little towel to keep them from drying out. So let's see. The first one is usually just a tester. Feels like it's the right heat. What is this? I think that's a bit too thick still. Oh, maybe not. I actually really like the consistency of this. This is something magical. So remember, we need our circle of batter to be big enough that we can make a spring roll with it. And then we don't need it to be golden brown or anything like that. I'm gonna put another little bit of water in there, just a touch too thick. Should really be able to see through this. Holy! Sammy with the 600 babies? Thank you guys. Yeah, we are almost at our trivet goal. That would actually be prime. Yeah, literally dump confetti on my head. Yeah, will do. Should be able to flip this, no problem. That one will definitely be way too thick. I might even thin this out even more. And then another tip that the recipe gave was the batter might thicken up as we're cooking it, so keep adding water if you find it getting too thick. So that's cooked through. You can take that out. Just put that on the plate. We might be able to roll with that. We'll leave it on the bottom though. Okay, next one. So I'm gonna fill up my ladle all the way. And then go really quick, trying to spread it out so we get enough surface area. Even that's still too thick. It's got this like weird puffiness to it. Elvin, you gotta go? Aw, well thanks for popping in, man, and thank you so much for subscribing. Would love to hang out with you a little bit longer one day. Traitor. He ain't a traitor. He's a busy lawyer. He's got work to do. Okay, once it looks like bottom's cooked, come in, give it a little flip. These should take no longer than about 30 seconds on each side. Get myself some water. She's a bit parched, my friends. Take that guy out. And then because it's slightly oiled in our pan, is when the wrappers are cooked, they shouldn't stick to each other. Okay, I have a good feeling about this batter. Plus, I'm getting it to the right size as well. So maybe that's the thing to look for. If you can spread it out to the right size, then you have the right consistency. I need to make Chinese crackers. What the heck is that? I'm in. Like a shrimp cracker? Flip it. Oh no, that's garbage. Let's just throw that to the side. Whatever you do, don't make a hole in the wrapper, because then all your filling's gonna go everywhere. They are a touch delicate when you go to flip them. I'm interested though, so I'm gonna try this one. Makes sense. Just tastes like a floury wrapper. It still seems a bit thick to me, Hoju, but I think we'll get it. And well, honestly, if we don't, then I'll just try better next time. Yeah, prawn crackers. So good. Just gonna use my hands. Oh, that's why it's tearing. Rar. Because we don't have enough oil. I guess we're learning that one the hard way, aren't we? Okay, we are learning. It's a sticky batter. We want to keep oiling. This is why I make the mistakes, so you guys don't have to. Actually gonna go even thinner. Every time you throw out a wrapper, just add more water to the batter. But seriously, I think like the thinner the better for this. I want to get at least 5. And then try to not touch your ladle to the bottom either, because it kind of drags through onto the wrapper. But I mean, we can kind of patch it up if we need to. Your messed up yet perfect Yorkshire pudding. I love Yorkies. So like I'll probably cut off that little part there. Like really interesting consistency though. It's like really stretchy. Yeah, this is new to me too, Vune. It's hard. It's actually really hard. We just lost 2. Because they stuck to the pan. Let it go a bit more. I like seeing all the bubbles underneath though as it cooks. Really interesting. Whew. I'm just gonna keep spraying, honestly. Remember, it cooks onto the bottom right away, so be really gentle with your ladle that you don't drag it and tear it. And then spreading the batter out all the way, it'll just help it cook a lot more even. Sweet version of lumpia with plantains and banana are so good. You'd eat like 10 of those. Yeah, someone was talking about those earlier. And there is another food and drink streamer. She's made them already before, Claire Coffee. You posted it, Kate. Let me just flip this wrapper over and I'll take a peek. You gotta go fairly soon, Kate. Whoa! That's nuts, the puff pudding. That is like a pudding for sure. Was it like crunchy on the outside and then like custardy in the middle? It was lush. Just checking that these aren't sticking. We're still good. Let's get this guy going. Next spray. I think the key is just having enough oil down. Having enough oil, having enough batter. I'm gonna try this way. What if we do it like that? That's how I would usually do crepes. Just kind of grab the pan. These cast irons are pretty rockin' hot though. A couple minutes from now, I would not be able to pick it up like that. And I mean, here's the thing is even if your edges aren't completely round, it's gonna be wrapped up on the inside anyway, so don't worry too much about that. No one's gonna see it. Once it's fried up, it's all gonna be the same. Put an entire Sunday roast in it. Whew, that's hot. That's definitely something for a Sunday. Yorkshire pudding, roast beast. I'm gonna say we'll get 2 more wrappers and then we'll fill them and then we'll get our oil heating up and we can finally fry. While we're frying, we'll make up, actually we don't even have to make any sauce for our lumpias. It's either like a sweet chili, a plum sauce, or just plain soy sauce. Yeah, we'll be lucky if we get 2 more. Second last one. Yeah, sweet chili, yummy. What kind of sweet chili sauce do I have with the grilled chicken one? It's like Rooster brand. It's a Rooster brand. We don't even have to worry about putting a towel on this because it's not drying out with all the oil. Good night, tedious Tao. Have a wonderful sleep and hopefully I'll catch you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Start at 11 a.m. Pacific. It's Betty Bye. Okay, last one. I'm just gonna pour it from the bowl. Quick, quick, quick. That's gonna be a baby one. Put our non-stick oil away. Come back over. Flip that guy. And then we're gonna start rolling. Turn that off. Coming over. Okay. Just grab yourself another plate to put your spring rolls or lumpia onto after they're rolled. And then I'm gonna do like a little test fit for our fish for frying. I'm pretty sure it will not fit. Nope. Will not fit in there. Oh. Gotta get that big old Dutch oven. This is the one. Here, let's see. Come back over there for a sec. Just want to show you. So it's like the fish has to fit in the bottom of there. I think it will like just, the tail's gonna curl up just a touch probably like that. Like just at the end to fit it in. But that I think will be our best thing to deep fry in. So let's get that heating up now. So this is grapeseed oil. You're more than welcome to use canola oil as well. I'm gonna try and go for about 1/2 inch worth of oil. And then obviously the displacement of the fish, it'll push it up even more. So I'm gonna start heating that up on a medium heat. And then typically we fry stuff around, usually when it's meat, you go a little bit lower because it takes longer. So about 325 Fahrenheit is what I'm gonna be aiming for my oil temp. And then we'll let it get a bit hotter when we go to fry our vegetable lumpias. You're gonna ask us, will the fish be completely submerged, or will I do the technique where you hold it above, pour the hot oil over? Oh, so we're doing shallow fry in there, obviously. And then I was actually planning on finishing it in the oven. So I can also get that on now too well, I'm gonna keep it nice and hot at like a 400 Fahrenheit. And I'm gonna put it on a sheet pan with a metal rack so that it can stay crispy like all around it. So crazy. So that is the setup that I have, so that the air can go underneath and above. And now while we wait, we will do some rolling. I'm gonna put this small guy aside for now because I'd rather have all big ones if we can. Yeah, what kind of tech is that? Josie. They do it on Iron Chef. They're crazy. Yeah, it sounds fancy, right? So take our wrapper. Remember, they shouldn't be sticking to anything. Lay it out. Just come in. Get a nice scoop of filling. Like just enough to basically fill it up, and then we want to make sure we keep it nice and tight. So I'm not gonna go any more than that. And well, kind of the same way that you would roll up a burrito or something like that. I'm gonna go in with the sides first. Keep them tucked. And then we want to keep it a bit thin too, right? Like lumpia are usually pretty long and skinny, but really we can only work with whatever wrapper we have. And I think once we do this little flip, then we can form it. There we go. Spread it out a bit more. Tuck this side back in if it's trying to come out. And yeah, these are just a bit more delicate than your typical homemade one. So try not to like overstretch it. But that looks so good. That actually looks so good. Okay, so now I'm just gonna lay them with the seam side down so it can kind of seal to itself. And we're just gonna keep rolling. It was pro. Yeah. That's good because this is my first time doing this, so phew. Like a boss. Mrs. BBT, good to see you. It's been a while. Okay, so like I said, don't worry about your edges too much because it all gets wrapped inside anyways. Thanks, View. And my YouTube. I'm gonna try and get another vid up hopefully by Sunday this week. Work's been kind of kicking my butt, getting back into it. Been going to bed early most nights, so I haven't been staying up to edit anything. But I do have a video to put out. Okay, this is gonna be like such a small little one. It's gonna be cute. So tuck it. Remember, we don't want these to fall apart in the fryer. And then we also don't, oh shoot, I tore that one open. Oh, I really tore that one open. So let's look at this one. This is a perfect example of it just being a touch too thick, right? It said in the recipe, if your wrapper is too thick, it might tear. So that's what happens. This might be where our smaller one comes in and we kind of like sew up those holes. I'm not gonna take that one apart. We're just gonna keep going. Just do better. I'm gonna also be a bit more delicate with my rolling technique. Oh, it's okay with the caps. Yeah, as long as you don't do it like every single sentence. Are you serious, Vune? I don't know. This is just how I would imagine that you make it. How else would you do it? This is also like really time consuming. So maybe that's why they don't do it this way. Ah, my wrappers keep tearing. Friends, wrappers are tearing. They're too thick. Especially this one. If we can get one perfect one, then we're good. But I mean, regardless, it's gonna be delicious. Yeah. Could we do this over and you can actually just use your right hand so that you guys have more of a chance of recreating it? See if I do it towards myself, if that's better. It might actually. Just really delicate. Yes. Just taking a peek at that oil back there. Okay, we got 2 more. This one has issues already. We can see there's a hole there, there's a hole back there. All the Philippine people you know just buy the wrappers already made. Well, yeah, as you can see, this is why. Especially if they gotta make milkfish all in the same day too. Can't blame them. I'm also trying to not overfill this. Probably gonna be a lot of wrapper to filling. You're gonna do it, Vune? Oh my gosh, let me know how it goes. And if you maybe find a better recipe. I don't know if this one is the most perfect wrapper recipe. And all of the ones I looked at, they all kind of had different ingredients. So I just kind of tried to choose the best one. But the rice, like rice flour, might be better in here. This one is so small. Hee hee. Get those edges in and then tuck it. Ooh, this one's hard. It's testing us. Oh, that's gonna fall apart big time. Too much filling. That was my idea. Thank you very much for the follow. Let's try it this way instead. Oh, I think we just tore it right open. We got like 2 really nice ones. This is what happens when things just go totally haywire. But I would say for the most part, the biggest issue is for sure having your wrapper too thick. And it kind of seemed like no matter how much water I added to it, it was always just too thick. This one probably won't even roll up. In your family, they gathered and sat around the table rolling lumpia while gossiping. You were always too slow. Aw. Yeah, hurry up. Come on, Hoju. What's taking so long? So you just left? Aw. Yeah, this one's just gonna be a mess. A morsel of vegetable goodness. If that stays together, I'll be impressed. Okay, we'll definitely have a good amount of filling left over, but that'll be good just eaten on its own for sure. So, homemade spring rolls. Would I call it a success? Not necessarily, but it also could be worse. We could also have the option of, well, none of the wrappers holding together. So, like I said, if we get one that holds together, I'm good. And then we also know what we can improve on for next time. This oil is looking like it is perfect temp. So let's get back here and we're gonna start by, I think, frying up our fish first. Our oven is almost at temp. You wonder if sifting the flour would have helped. I wonder as well. We should try it next time. Yeah, Fish Friday. So this is gonna be a scary and fun process. I'll also try and get this more in the view for you right when we put it in. So I'm gonna start by putting the head side in first. We're gonna slowly lower this into the oil. Be very careful that you don't get splattered with the hot oil. That's why we wiped our fish off really nice and dry. That'll also help it crisp up. Let's do this. So I'm just gonna watch the fish in the oil. When it starts to turn brown, we're gonna flip it over, fry the other side, and then we're gonna finish cooking it in the oven. You've never had milkfish. Is it white or red? It is white. It is a white fish. It's really flavorful. You did one row in a lasagna pan, Hojerific, a couple years ago. All proud. You did it quickly. Look at your mom's pound. She had 3 or 4 rows done. Oh. Okay, here we go. Oh my God. Yeah, seriously, this is Frankenfish to me. I really am hoping that the head doesn't fall off. So careful, guys. Just want to be sure. That it's not sticking too much, which it kind of maybe is. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I'm just gonna let this go. I'll try and straighten it out in a sec. No. Spiker. Oh, you don't even know what we've done to this thing. I don't love how this is because it's kind of tearing. Told you, I think we might have messed it up. I'm gonna try and get a spatula under there. Yeah, this is new to me. This is Philippine food. I'm gonna go with the premise that if it's sticking to the pan, it's not ready to flip. But I'm also just trying to loosen it off. What I'm thinking happened though, my friends, is that the entire side of this literally just sucked to the bottom of the pot. I think we're okay as I'm kind of guiding it off the bottom. But it does look like I just tore open the skin. Give me a sec here. It doesn't feel like it is. Get our clean sheet pan. Okay, I'm gonna come in. This is a fishula. Super, super handy for cooking fish. Also don't want to scratch the bottom of this Dutch oven. Okay, I think we have it loosened. Should we flip it? Oh, I don't think we can. I think we're gonna bake it. That's what we're going with. Because I'll be surprised if I even get this out in one piece. I'm done. Yeah, it already ripped open. So, this is a Kate fail. No. Yeah. This is straight up how this should not go. So I'm gonna take the head off because it's just coming off anyways. All the fillings coming out of the bottom. I'm gonna get a sheet pan with parchment on it. And we're gonna bake it. And it's gonna be probably nothing like it should be. Oh, I'm not losing my head. I just like to be the most honest with you guys. Believe me, this is not stressful. If I was in a restaurant trying to send that to a table right now, it would be really stressful. But I'm just cooking for myself. It's still gonna be freaking tasty. I know that because the filling's so good. But I just really like when things like work out, right? You guys know that. And it's not often that a dish doesn't work. So I'm just gonna show you guys what I'm gonna do here now. So that's what happened to the fish. The head completely came off. I kind of knew that was gonna happen. And then it stuck to the bottom of the pot as well. So a lot of the filling came out at that point. So I'm gonna try and get it so that the other skin side's gonna be down, and we're just gonna bake it with the filling. It's fine, yeah. It's fine, Kate. This is how I cook all the time. Thanks, Josie. I actually don't mind when things like this don't work out, especially the first time. That's why we're here doing it together. It's like, I'd rather this happen to me than to you at home. Because typically I can react really quick and know how to fix it. Whereas you guys would probably just end up throwing it in the garbage, right? But this oil, oh my God, tasty taste. I'm gonna strain that out, and we're still gonna attempt the lumpia, or the lumpia. Okay. I don't even want to turn this over because it looks so terrible. But you know what? Actually, we can salvage it. Let's salvage it like this. So we should have just went from the get-go how the original recipe was. I'm just tearing this string out that we don't need. So she baked it whole. Let's just go ahead and say, just bake this whole, guys. Don't even mess around with frying. It's just not worth it. Unless you have a massive pan that you can fill with oil where the fish is not going to sit on the bottom. I don't have anything that big. That was my biggest pot. You would be panicking. Yeah, the legend of Sleepy Hollow fish. Okay, I'm not showing you the underneath. What I am going to do is take a little bit of that frying oil and then just brush this side. The oven is already hot at 400, so great thing that we did that little backup plan there. Just take some of that oil, brush it onto the skin. And since the filling's already cooked, this is not gonna take very long to cook. We just gotta cook like the fish skin and everything through. So I'm gonna set 5-minute timer. Really shouldn't take long, and I'm hoping that this will crisp up, and then we should be able to get a pretty nice slice from the section around here, as it looks like it kind of stayed together there. One more question, and you'll watch the clip after. Is the stuffing strictly meat-based, or did you mix the meat with another filler like vegetable or something? There is, yeah, exactly, Hodrific. Potato, carrot, peppers, super good. Onion, garlic. All right, let's get this baby in there. Timer, 5 minutes. So we got to strain that oil back there real quick. I'm gonna try and do this with just my spider. With your spider, Kate? What? Try and get as much of that onto there as possible. I'm actually not going to be super concerned with all of that in there, because honestly, I'm probably just going to fry one of these spring rolls, and then the rest of them are probably going to fall apart and make a mess again. That's got to be some flavorful stuff though. Man, I really wish I had like a Filipino grandma here with me today to guide me through these steps. Hey, would have been way better. Try and get a bit more of that out. It's good to see even chefs have issues cooking. Honestly, guys, yeah, we're all human. Hey, I kind of knew as soon as I saw how this dish was prepared, I was like, this is gonna be for sure difficult. And I'm not gonna lie, like I was kind of nervous going into today's stream. I do get nervous when I'm cooking things for the first time. And I probably won't attempt this one for a while until I build my confidence back up again. Was it super stressful in restaurant kitchens avoiding cooking accidents? Oh my gosh. Honestly, I look back and I don't know how I did that. Because everything in a restaurant kitchen is terrifying. Knives, fire, hot water, like boiling water on the stove, grills, like everything is in there to hurt you pretty much. So yeah, super terrifying, but for the most part, it was all about communication, right? So if you had hot stuff hot around, if you're walking behind or beside someone, you say behind them if you're carrying something. It's all about just letting them know where you're at.
Right.
I do not currently work in the restaurant industry as a cook. I stopped working in restaurants last July.
Almost a year.
Yeah, almost a year now. Okay, this is looking like it's about at that right heat. I'm gonna try and be really gentle with these spring rolls. So I'm gonna lower them in with tongs, let them kind of fry a bit to get that skin, and then they shouldn't stick to the bottom. But before this, Spiker, great question, is I cooked in restaurants for like 9 years straight. So I'm not gonna try the most perfect lumpia first. Let's try this like little baby guy. That should sizzle when we put it in. I don't know if this will stick, because it didn't stick to the pan when we were frying it. So let's put this seam side down. Yeah, we're good. We're laughing. Sweet. So we'll do that tester and then we'll finish off the rest. Oh, our fish skin's starting to crisp up. I'm gonna turn up the oven. I'm gonna go like 450 with this thing. It's looking good though. And do 2 minutes. Yeah, almost a year since I stopped working in a restaurant. What? I have never worked in a restaurant chain. That was always one thing I was really adamant on. Being a cook is I never worked in a chain restaurant because I didn't believe that's how you learn how to cook properly. No. Yes, please offer me advice for cooking the lumpia. Also, Vune, I don't have any more oil, so please don't say add more oil to the pot. Aw, thank you, Andy. Yeah, that dairy-free mango pudding, so good. And we did get mangoes again this week. There we go, so it's all sealed up. Yeah, I have no advice. Use a smaller pot. That would actually be brilliant. I just didn't want to add more dishes. It's not really frying up either. Maybe that's the difference between store-bought and homemade wrappers, is they don't brown up the same way. Or I just gotta go higher heat. I think it's just the type of wrapper. You're on Insta looking at food. Careful on there. Keeping an eye on that fishy. There's a lot of fat that came out of there. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, we're gonna broil that to finish it. I'm gonna take Vyun's advice because I don't wanna wait for this. So I'm gonna pour the oil into this little pot. Just take that guy out for a sec. It's almost there though, it is getting there. And the other thing I can do now is strain it. Should have just done this from the get-go. It's probably still too flustered from the fish. Clean oil. Okay, now when we add our lumpia to that, should offset a bit more. The oil should still be hot, and it should like help heat up the pot as well. Vyun, I'm just gonna say right now, do not follow the wrapper recipe that I did, because with them just like sitting there for a couple minutes, they're starting to really fall apart now. Use a different recipe and let me know how it goes, because I don't think this is the best one. Okay, going to try to lower this one in. And did it open up? It opened up. It broke. It's a mess. We're taking it out. Wow. What a stream today, friends. Do y'all want a refund? Dorsiva, thank you for the follow. It's not fine. Yeah, even when I struggle, yeah, at least you guys can learn. That's just like a what the F kind of thing today, though. I'm gonna try this guy. There we go. The key, frying it on one side and then flipping it onto this seam to close it up. It's looking like this one's almost there. Even like our perfect first one that we rolled opened up. I think I'll still try and cook that one though. Okay, move that guy over. Let's try this guy. Okay, I'm feeling good. We have 3 at least to use. Nike, yeah, I want a refund. A series of unfortunate events. I loved those books. I loved that show. Yeah, I've never left the stream and been like, stream's over, that's it. We always try and like see it through to the end. And yeah, I mean, this is the realest as it gets. Like I said, you're not gonna find this one on Food Network. That looks pretty perfect to me. I'm gonna take that out now. Give this guy a little flip, I think. Really gentle. Perfect. It like just closed up. That one has a bit more. So now I'm going to turn on our broiler for the fish, and I'm gonna keep my eye on that. So hopefully we can get a little bit of fish on the plate, a couple of our lumpias, and we should be good to go. Yeah, Hojerific used his 50,000 channel points to request this one today. All I have to say is that Philippine food is actually really challenging to make. At least for me. It's like I can make a lot of the other different Asian cuisines. This one, really hard. Let's flip this guy. Beauty. Hopefully that seals up, not just explodes. Fish skin is bubbling. Also, I have parchment on that pan, so let's just not light it on fire. I guess at least we got one side fried on the fish. So usually when you notice your deep fried stuff kind of stop bubbling as much, that's a sign that you're close to it being done. Yeah, we should have baked this from the get-go. Just looking at this would have been way better. This looks so good. Take that guy out. Let it drain out a bit. That guy's good. Can move our hot oil off of the burner now and let it start to cool off. Giving this fish a swivel. Maybe a minute more. Let's grab that sweet chili sauce. Yeah, good recovery. Whew. Whew, whew, whew. Yeah, you can hear the sizzle, right? She's sizzling away. It's very close. This actually might be a good time to try and like add that hot oil over it. But it's really dangerous to do, so I don't think we are gonna do that. Because it really splatters everywhere. I've seen it done with porchetta, but not with fish. I'll have to look that up, Dust Pirate, what you were talking about earlier. We are almost there. Some oil on the tray try and spoon back on. Yeah, we're saving it. And that is what I'll say makes like a good cook. If you can like think on the fly of how to fix something, you are on the way to success. Because cooking's a lot like that a lot of the time. It's like ingredients are always different, everyone's oven's different. How we like touch the food and prepare it's even different. Okay, I did like a little baste thing there to hopefully crisp up that tail side. I think we're gonna get still like one nice slice. Cooking mishaps are savable. Baking mishaps, yeah, are a little bit more difficult, right? What am I going to do? I know what I'm gonna do. I need to prop up this tail end because it's just a little bit farther away from the broiler. Literally putting the fish head underneath. Way easier. Should have done that from the start. Tried to make baklava from scratch once, never again. Mine didn't really work out the best either, Vune. I think it was the consistency or texture of the nuts though that I chopped them. I just chopped my nuts too big. But yeah, my baklava made from scratch, not even close to what you can get from someone that makes it properly. Yeah, baklava. Okay, are you ready for this? I'll do this side. Actually, I'll do that side. What side, Kate? It was the dough for you. Oh, you made your phyllo? Take that little fish head out of there. Now it's stuck or what? Oh no. Camera? Okay, I'll give you a moment. Yeah, try and straighten that out. So the one side looks really dark, but that's where the fish is darker, right? It's more gray on the top end and then more white on the bottom. Should be back now. Camera? Oh, yay. Okay, I know it must be getting too hot. Try and hold this up as well. So I'm thinking if we try and get a couple of slices like by this tail end, we're good to go. Feels really nice and crispy. It still worked, friends. It still worked. We just lost the head. Yeah, honestly, Vune, I better burn like a sage stick in here. All sorts of crazy stuff happening lately. Yeah, yay! Okay, let's put that onto a cutting board then. We'll get our little lumpia onto the plate too. This is where it really opened up, was that top part. But regardless, it's gonna be delicious. That sheet pan is rockin' hot. And I think the easiest way to slice this, maybe a serrated knife? There's a lot of different varieties of foods depending on the region of Philippines that you go to. Actually, I might go with this big guy. Sammy's boning knife. Okay. So the skin tore right there. So I'm gonna cut from there on. Hey, if we can get like 3 slices there and 3 lumpias on the plate, more than happy. And it really feels like the filling's like staying together. Okay, we're gonna have to just make a poke through the skin. Super hot. Just gonna hold it with a cloth for now because I don't want to tear it up at all. So once you get through, just careful, right? And then I'm gonna clean that after every time. But, so that is should focus here for us. That's how it looks inside. Nice. So poke through the skin because it's super crispy right now. And now I'm gonna actually push that back up there because as we cut it, the filling's going to want to come out that side. I'm switching to serrated. The skin's just a bit tough when we crisp it up like that. So instead of us trying to push through, let this just saw its way through instead. And then you can keep everything together. And then what I'm gonna do, just pop my plate up here so it's a little bit easy to put our slices onto. It's kind of reminding me of that crazy Russian fish that Annie requested one time. Like the fish was wrapped in bread. There's the first slice. Actually might be able to get a nice slice from here. Now that it seems like it's holding together. That's the fin. That under part of the skin. Holy, she gets really tough. Okay, put that one on the plate. And I'll try one more from this side. That sliced like heaven. Yeah, that's the showpiece for sure. Okay, I'm just gonna move that aside. That's still hot, hot, hot. That's what we got. So I'm gonna try and compose those pieces a bit more. But this last little tail piece was really perfect slice on that. And well, now gonna try and hide this lumpia that kind of fell or broke open. What should I do? Put that guy there. Sneak this little guy in. You're literally salivating. Sammy, 7-layer dip and fresh made tortillas. Wow. How do I want to do this? I don't think I want a sauce dish. Or just do that. Way better. And then hold on one sec, guys. Just want to try and grab something if I can reach it. This is for you, Hoju. Right out of the backyard. This is gonna be my garnish. Under the sauce dish, because they like to slide around, a little maple leaf. Hee hee. And now, sweet chili sauce, not just for chicken. We need a little bit of green on the plate, right? It's like, how is this gonna work? And I think like a little bit of chopped cilantro would be super nice over the fish. I don't know if that's authentic though. You don't even have leaves yet? What? That was like the smallest one I can find on the tree. If I have it, try making some limey soy sauce. Okay. Okay. Should I take a photo of this first though? Or should I do like 2 different little dips? Like that? Then they each kind of have their own dip, but I do think it did look better with not that. Okay, I'm gonna take that photo. Then I'll make the limey soy sauce. We'll taste everything. This was a tough one. So thank you for the challenge. So it shows you guys to not give up, right? I'm really happy with that. Just need a limey. Thanks, Cookie. Do I have Snapchat? I do not. I have never had Snapchat. I've not even had the app, no nothing. Okay, we got soy sauce. I think limey soy sauce is gonna be so good on this Vune. Squeeze some lime into there. Thanks, Hojerific. Yeah, I hope I did this dish justice. Justice. Yeah, I hope I like the taste of the fish now that it's all done. For sure. I guess I need a knife too to be able to cut through the skin. Hey, I know that the filling was super tasty. Oh, this camera. So like the rest of the fish should be good too. I'm just going to do that for now. Let that camera chill out for a sec. It's being finicky. It's just getting too hot for some reason. I don't know why. It's in a mood. There's all sorts of moods today. Okay, move over, sauce. There's no room for this right now. Cut through that. Try and get a little bit of that on. One fork, little dip in there. See if this will come back on. It is really yummy. I love the lime and soy sauce on there. So I'm really happy I didn't add any more salt to the filling. Like the potatoes soaked up all the juices from the filling as well. They're perfectly cooked. The fish isn't dry at all, which I think is pretty important. Zach's here. And well, the skin is like definitely crispy on top. It's kind of weird underneath. Come on in, man. Sam's coming.
Word.
Oh,
Stop.
Where's the steamed greens? Opted without them today. Yeah, no greens.
your happiness.
Yeah, pretty much, dude. I'm excited.
Have you seen him better before?
No, never once. Really. That's the thing.
Thanks, Tundra Grove. Good to see you. For like how kind of heavy this was at first, the fish dish is really light. Yeah, it's Zach. Is that Zach they're saying? Yes, it is. Would I go through all the effort again to make this? Probably not, because I can get it to taste the same without doing all of that. But it's super yummy. It's not too fishy either.
So she
Okay, let's try this. Let's get into here. Mmm. That's tasty.
Oh my god.
That is effing good. Yeah. Mmm. Is it better than the fish? It might be. The crunch, like all of the flavor from the filling went into the wrapper, like on the inside. Oh my gosh.
No charter company, nothing. No one's in there. There should be
Like I always find the mixture of cabbage and carrot to be so like buttery and earthy and delicious. It just melts in your mouth. So good. Yeah, self-made wrappers. Worth it if they stay together. So good. Okay, I'm gonna crush this because it's actually delicious. It tastes really authentic from the spring rolls that I've had in the past. Definitely happy with that. Yeah, I can easily crush 10 of those. Ugh. Thank you, Hojerific, for this request. Worth the effort because we all learned something today. So yes, a little bit of fun, a little bit of stress, but that's usually how cooking goes, right? Shinvu, what's the Lake Crusette trivet on the overlay? So I'm looking for another one of these guys. So this is called a trivet. This guy I found, it's like very old. I have no idea when it's from, but I got this used here from someone for like $5. And I just feel like I need another one because there's a lot of times where I'm like shuffling this one trivet around in the kitchen. So Le Creuset also makes a cast iron one. It's enamel coated. It's beautiful. And my favorite color is purple. So that's what that goal is for. You thought I was making pancakes. No, it's a homemade wrapper. Okay. So depending on how intimidated you are, you can take a look at these recipes, make them for yourself. Thank you, Scooter Beach. I didn't even get the bone broth on yet. You guys know how that is though, is we'll go over that tomorrow. A little mishap with the fish, but we all worked it out together, and that is the most important. I'm still happy with the result because, well, even though that like the rest of the fish doesn't look beautiful, it all tastes really good still. And I think that's more important than having something that looks nice. It should always taste good. Vune, yeah. Fair warning to everyone who wants to make the fish. The recipe calls for raisins. I omitted those. I think it's for the better. You have a bubble tea place that also has lumpia and some other good stuff. They are from Philippines. Yes, exactly, Dragon Love Water. Yeah, fish and raisins. The heck? Shinvu. So bubble tea's from Korea and lumpia is from the Philippines. What? How difficult were the spring roll sheets? Semi-difficult? I wouldn't say it's like an intermediate thing. For sure, go for a thinner batter. So I'll show you the recipe that I use. I'll quickly post that link there. That light is flickering. I swear, we got a ghost in here. Like, something's weird's happening. So that's the recipe I used, but I did use quite a bit more water than they called for because the wrappers were starting to crack because they were too thick. Also, one note, keep your pan nicely oiled. Otherwise, they will start to stick and then it'll tear when you go to flip it. So I think we lost 2 only from trying to do them. So not too bad. Yeah, it kind of looks like tiny crepes. Exactly, except you need it as thin as possible. And I found that no matter how much water I added, it wasn't thin enough. So I literally got 3, and then you can see what happened to the rest here. So I tried to roll them, and then some of them, even as they sat, they fell apart. So don't roll it too early either. That's one of those like roll and fry. Roll 3, fry.
Really tasty though.
Super effing good, yeah. Are they gluten-free? They are not. And you might be able to make them gluten-free if you used rice flour, but you definitely need something glutinous to hold them together, right? You need the stretch. Yeah, happy Friday, Sammy. Try some of that fish. The finch. Very clean cut, hey? I cleaned them all up, when? Last weekend, I think. The beard's coming back. Careful, there might be bones. I tried to pick out most of them. Did you have it with some of the soy sauce?
No.
He's thinking. What do you think?
It's okay.
It's okay, he says. Not your jam.
It tastes like a can of tuna.
It tastes like a can of tuna. Oh. We just spent 5 hours and it tastes like a can of tuna. I love
Like,
that though. To
you
me,
want
that's
honesty
yeah,
or
that's
you
the
want-
most honest
you want me to lie to
opinion.
you?
I love it. So that also shows that everyone's palate tastes stuff differently.
What does it taste like to you?
I don't know. It reminds me of like Thai food with like the tomato paste and stuff. Yeah, Torino. You know the wedding's in like a month, right? Deep and briny thought. Yeah, don't do it. Honesty is great. Yeah. 5-hour tuna.
Ain't no rings on these fingers.
I don't know. I didn't think the fish was that fishy.
No, the fish is good.
I can kind of see how you get that though. It's got a very mild fishy flavor.
That's so good.
Yeah, he's still eating it though. We have a wedding coming up next month. Yep. Yep. So that's a plus. I know. I think if the skin was like fully crisped all around, he might like it better. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Kev. See, yeah, that's the thing is like, I love when Sam comes to eat the food that I make because he's not just gonna say it's delicious. He's not just gonna be like, yeah, Kate, good job again. He's gonna give us our honest or his honest opinion. And usually it does differ from mine, which I think is important because that showcases how everyone tastes something differently. So what I think is good could maybe taste something like kind of funny to you, right? Totally, yeah. Some guys would just be like, yeah, that's good, even though it's not. I don't want that. And I don't want to give you guys that either. Keeps coming back for the lumpia, though.
That's really good.
Nike. Tina's wondering if you got the friend request. Honestly, I have not. Like, I even told Uki that I would see him on AC on Wednesday. Haven't touched it in like over a week, dude. I'll try and pop on today, though. Usually it's a weekend thing for me. So I'll probably get actually into that after stream. And yeah, I'm busy at work again, too. It's been a little bit hectic. But anyways, it's been great. And well, we're wrapping up the stream for today, friends. What a good one. You got to see Kate a little bit flustered. Yeah, when I throw my hands up in the air like this and start tossing utensils aside, that's like usually the limit. We had some issues frying the fish.
So I get to watch some stuff?
Yeah.
Are there clips?
I think I said I'm done too, even. I think I was just like, toss the two things aside. I was like, I'm done. Thank you for the biddies,
I would
Dust.
give up way more than Caitlin, trust me.
Yeah.
That's 100% true. It's screw it.
Yeah. When the head came off, okay, that's when I tossed a few things. It was a tough day, but we made it through and there's still food on the table. And it's edible. It's edible.
And it's Friday.
And it's Friday. Okay, do we have any recommendations for a raid? Oh my gosh, Josie, you were here the whole time. Ah, that's perfect. See you tomorrow, Josie.
Burritos.
Yeah, burritos. Okay, we did Cosmic Hat last time. Miss Ruby?
Bye,
Nice, chicken
everyone.
piccata. Someone kept mentioning the other day. I think that was cookie. I have that on my menu.
That's next week, isn't it?
Yes, thank you, Tundra Grove. I might just call you Cabbage in stream if that's okay. B-Bubs. Okay. Should we do B-Bubs? Let's do it. That's a good one for Friday. Plus, he was in like first thing today on our stream. So that's fair, right? I think I got all the bees.
Didn't smoke something. He's smoking.
Is he
something.
smoking? Perfect. Okay, I think I got that.
If he's doing a brisket, you better be doing it right. That's all I'm saying.
Boom. Okay, let's get ready to go show B-Bub some love. Yeah, he was here at the start. Exactly, we remember him.
Is it 3 bees?
It is.
Oh, shit.
It's all of the bees. Thanks, guys, for everything today. Hoderific. Hopefully, this brought you back to some like awesome food memories, because that's what food's all about. We're gonna go chill the rest of the day, so we'll
Is it
see you
brisket?
tomorrow. 11 a.m. Pacific time. We got burritos happening. Pork carnitas, homemade. It's gonna be delish. Okay, bye, friends. Thank you so much for everything today. Take care and have a wonderful day or night wherever you are. Hitting that button. Let's go see B-Bubs. Bye.
Good day.
It was a good day.